Yo. How's it hanging, boys? Early bird gets the fucking worm. Yeah, that should work. That should definitely work. Nope. Tomorrow. It's cold, bro. Gotta wear the Kith hoodie. Just gonna play some Halo while the boys pull up. Oh no. Drop my controller. I gotta find the D-pad. Hey, yo. Chat, I lost my D-pad. No, I never thought about that. I lost my D-pad because it's magnetic and I dropped my controller last night. Where the fuck did that go? Dark Souls? Yo. I got you, bro. Dude, I don't even know if I'll be able to find a game because of how high my elo is. That's how cracked I am. It's not even lunch yet, bro. It's not even... State of the Union. Marin, good morning, bro.
That anti-Semitism is lucrative, no?
So Pat obviously thought that we should pay for their money, so why don't you move to a different country?
So why don't you go back to Israel? That would be my question.
I got
Keep
like,
the public safety, yeah.
I would say 150.
Chad, this is the main react today. This is the main react today, bro. I can't even find a game, dude. Good morning, good morning. I gotta find this D-pad, bro. It's gonna piss me off. Where could have this gone, bro?
mommy milkers.
I can't even get a game, dude. There's nobody, because everyone has a job, because everyone playing this is 40 years old. It's not a dead game, because I was playing it last night. It's just I think it's too early. My level's too high, and it's too early in the day. It's crazy. It's crazy how that works. It's alright, chat. We'll let the boys trickle in. Yeah, it's a working man's game. It's for the glory, bro. It's for the glory. Please.
Let's talk a little bit about Les Wexner here, friend of the show. He created Victoria's Secret, and he
didn't create it.
Swindled by Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know if you've heard of this guy. Jeffrey Epstein was a very dishonest man. So here's Les Wexner again, victim of Jeffrey Epstein, caught in a tangled web of lies. Faced to confront the fact that his best friend, business partner, was some type of con artist, human trafficker, money launderer. Here it is, Les Wexner.
I never would have guessed I was being conned.
Right.
Never, ever.
Right.
The deceit was so subtle. I didn't have the idea to inventory furniture or silverware in your house. And I didn't count forks and spoons. And it's like, Jeff said people could be walking out with forks and spoons.
Right. Now, stop that. Stop that. The CEO of Victoria's Secret just said that Jeffrey Epstein was telling him to inventory furniture and forks and spoons because people might be leaving Les Wexner's house with forks and spoons. Les Wexner's not had the lie in a long time. His lies are crazy. He's like, well, Jeff said, how many spoons do you have? I don't know how many spoons I have. People are walking out with spoons. And Jeff came to me and said, what about the forks? Les, what about the forks? And I went, right. And I said, this is a great idea. For this tip, I'm going to give.
We got a new video by the new favorite Schizo.
Who controls the world today? Who rules the world? Who's really in power right now? I can tell that some of you are probably shouting some things at the screen as I'm saying this. And I just want to say, cool it with the anti-Semitism, guys. But seriously, what if I told you that the world was taken over in 1914? Not only that, 1914 was a pre-selected date, a prophesied date for this to happen. A quick history lesson for you. In 1914, World War I broke out.
Oh, dude, I'm excited to watch this. I can't get... Okay, I gotta play a social game then. I gotta play a social game. What is this, bro? I gotta play a social game. This is cooked. So cooked. Just one game. I just want one game while I sip my coffee. Is that so hard? Is that so hard, bro? You just got a PSYOP hoodie? Oh, hell yeah, bro. You'll enjoy it. I promise. There we go. Here we go. People still playing. There we go. Three more bozos. Come on. Here we go. Now I'm happy. Waterfall. This is a new map. Kimmy.
Welcome.
Here, I'll put it in chat. You've never seen it? This is the best UI the game has ever had. Look at this. So pure. It's just red versus blue. It's beautiful. Looks like an Excel spreadsheet. There you go. Wait. Yeah. No, that's not it. Okay. Now I can play without people hearing us. That's one. He had a regen. He had a regen. Yup. Where's my backup fire, bro?
Gain the lead.
Getting melted. I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna fucking crash out. My team blows. Yep. Just like that. Simple. It's like I'm setting up everyone. I'm setting up everyone to get killed, and nobody's confirming. Yup. Give me the sniper. Give me the... Oh, I'm kind of pissed. I'm kind of fucking pissed. He's got rockets. Chat, first game's a warm-up. I mean, this map is trash. My cortisol's spiking. My cortisol is really spiking right now. Dude, where am I getting shot from? Bottom of the leaderboard's like a fucking clown scrub, dude. This is embarrassing. Thank fuck. How? Like they're playing together, bro. Where's my team? See ya. Dude, if I just died right there, I would have thrown my controller at the screen. No, dude, I am that guy that's been playing for 20 years, please. It's just my team is ass. This is all their fault. See, like, I just got a triple kill because your boy. We're gonna win. We're gonna fucking win. Yup. Dude, do you see me getting peppered from everywhere? Yeah, this is cool. This is cool. Somebody in chat said stop splitting. That's right. That's right. This team is splitting. It's bad news bears. I'm getting shot at from... Okay, thank you. You know, I'll play with this guy. Yep. Then I take the snipe, and now we put in work. Yup. Just like that. Reload. He's one shot. He's one shot. Now I'm not doing so bad. You got, like, you have to be on drugs, bro. No, that's... I mean, you see what I see, right? You guys see what I see? Aaron, they've been good, bro. They've been good. Why did I throw a grenade? One. Double kill. That was my kill. Alright, we can win this. First match. Okay. That got the heart rate going. That's not ideal. I don't like that. I don't like that. We'll play one more. I gotta redeem myself. Marin, I always read chat, bro. I said they behave. I said they've been behaving. Pantheon. Pantheon. The 360 servers are dead. This is Master Chief Collection. I hear you on the incentives. Okay. Oh, that really made me mad. chat. I might start saying some slurs. I'm not even kidding. This is... There we go. There we go. Yep. Gotta lead the shots. Yep. Get out of my lobby. Alright, now we're cooking, chat. Now we're cooking. Yep. Yup. You see how they're getting team shot now? And this is how you play Halo, boys. That's a killing spree. Fuck. This is a custom map. It's not like an official map. That's why it's so small. Somebody made this. They're getting clowned on. Enemy team is straight fuming, bro. Titanfall is better? Yo. Somebody said every time I get a team with the teamwork on the other team, I get this map, Heretic or Assembly. It's so hilarious. That's right. You need teamwork in this game. This is a quick one. Yep. Holy shit. I didn't plan that. No, we are straight shitting on them, bro. It's Halo 3. Oh my god, get out BR'd, bro. It is way better. It is way better than all these shooters. That's why I play it. It's the best game ever made. Yup. Yup. And just like that, bro. Just like that, we're back. Just like that, we're back.
Welcome.
Welcome. So, chat, we got two big reacts. Two big reacts planned. We got simulated Leviathan. I'm gonna load them up. And we got Tyler Oliveira.
You're not welcome here, and you're not welcome in a lot of other places based on your videos.
You don't.
Which I feel like we have to start with this one. I feel like we have to start with this one. I need to warn you about AI psychosis.
I'm becoming increasingly concerned that AI use may be...
Yo, chat. Dude, I got a big fucking croissant.
Welcome.
This is ranked hardcore Halo 3 team doubles. This guy's one shot.
Gain the lead.
We need rockets, bro. Yep. I'm a clown. I'm a fucking clown. I completely missed. I did hear him, though. In my Turtle Beaches. Oh, that's big. That's huge. Saw a shadow, because I'm cracked. This guy's one shot. Yup. Tagged him. Oh my God, Philip. Oh my God. Where's my teammate? I'm cracking him. Oh, new snipe. New snipe is huge. I feel deadly. I feel deadly with this sniper in my hands. Give me an angle. Yep. Oh my.
Gain the lead.
Walked into that one. Tagging him, tagging him. Still tagging him. He's scared. This is just... We push this. If I had a teammate... Thank you. Thank you for... Yup. Yup. Good shit. He's hiding. He's hiding. I'm hiding. Alright, he's waking up. He's waking up. Got him. Oh, nasty. And I get the new snipe. This is huge. Holy buckets. We go here. He's one shot. No, I'm a clown. I'm a clown. Yup, that's teamwork. This is how you play Halo. This is how you play Halo. Oh, he's one shot. Back up, get distance. We're up by 2. We don't throw this. There's one shot because I'm hitting all my snipes. Ah! Alright, he burned all the rockets, I think. We go backstage. This guy's body blocking me. He's one shot. This is Thank you. Thank you. I mean, I'm peppering this guy. Yeah, you can. You can do that. Okay, walk into a grenade, Phil. It's good. Yup. Yup. We get a kill, we don't die. Dude. That was the riskiest move of my life. Get the sniper! Get the sniper! This is a precarious situation. Holy shit. Chat. This guy's one shot. Fuck! Enough Halo for me. Enough Halo for me right now. I'm gonna blow a gasket. I'm gonna blow a fucking gasket. We'll run that back later. That's not ideal.
Be a legitimate cause or risk factor.
Chat. Let's learn how to make more money.
Over the years, I've been given financial advice. Some of it good, some of it bad. I can't speak English, apparently. That's because of the bad financial advice. And there have been 5 concepts that really stuck out to me. Before I share them, I just want to preface this video with one simple fact. I am not a financial expert, and I'm not a billionaire. But I think that is actually a unique angle, because I don't speak 401k. I don't speak banker. But still, even a dummy like me really found a lot of use out of these 5 simple concepts. So hopefully this will be a bit of a different video where I can just share these pieces of advice. There's the English thing again. I'll just share these money tips with you, and hopefully because of it, you will be more wealthy 1 year from now. Number 1 is that money doesn't care. Money is inanimate. It doesn't have feelings like we do. Money doesn't care about blood, sweat, tears, focus, intensity.
I care. Money tips, life hacks.
Okay, I want you to picture something with me. You're standing in the New Mexico desert. It's quiet, unsettlingly quiet. The kind where the wind moves through dry brush and your ears start ringing because there's nothing else to absorb sound. Mountains in the distance, heat lifting off the ground in waves. And somewhere in that silence sits 7,500 acres of land that used to belong to Jeffrey Epstein. 7,500 acres. That's not a ranch. That's a small kingdom. And lately, people have been asking a heavy question. Are there bodies buried out there? All right, guys, hop on the Morbid school bus. It's Morbid Monday. We're going
Chat, you think there's bodies out there, bro?
to the desert. Beep, beep. Cause it's just another Morbid Monday. Whoa, whoa. Wish it was Friday. Someone's watching this going, what the fuck? Death, dying, and decay. It's gonna be a great...
It's not doing it for me, bro. It's not doing it for me. It's not for me. This is not for me. We gotta get serious. We gotta get fucking serious. Halo, that's done. Let's lock in. Let's lock in. It's time to lock the fuck in. Wait, what the fuck is this?
Did you hear that the Luxmaxer clavicular was brutally frame-mogged by an ASU frat boy? If you have no idea what I'm talking about, that's okay.
We are here to explain how a man who goes by the name Clavicular has popularized this language and in the process become a big star on the internet.
But there's a darker side to him. A warning, in this episode we'll be discussing drug use, self-harm, and body dysmorphia.
Clavicular is a man who has gone to absolute extremes to meet his idea of what's beautiful.
How do you do, fellow kids?
And he encourages his followers to do the same.
From the BBC.
The BBC, bro.
This is The Global Story. I'm Tristan Redmond.
And I'm Asma Khalid. And today on our show, who is
What a joke, dude.
this clavicular guy? And why has he become a symbol
You know, he got off.
of our times?
My name's Matt Shea. I'm an investigative reporter and documentary filmmaker. I'm hosting the new BBC podcast Top Comment, which launches very soon. And I've spent a lot of my time investigating stories around the manosphere, internet culture, people like Andrew Tate.
Matt, it's so great to have you with us. We are here today to discuss all sorts of things that I have only just learnt about. The use of the word maxing, but other ones like gesturing, gestergooning, foids, munting. We're going to find out all about it today. Can you tell us, please, Matt, why does this story matter to people who are not terminally online?
So I think first we have to understand who Clavicular is, who's the person behind this.
This is such a hard watch. I don't even know who they're making content for.
Kind of interesting new language that you referenced there. So he's a 20-year-old live streamer who is a Luxmaxer, which means he's someone who's dedicated to looking as good as physics.
This is the same guy that went to Romania to interview Tate, only to get stood up at his doorway unless he brought a box of chocolates.
Possible given his genetics. And he basically does things like he smashes himself in the face with a hammer to make his bone structure appear more chiseled. And he's essentially taken this looks maxing world out of the shadows of incel forums online and into the mainstream.
When did you first become aware of this person, and what was your reaction?
I've been following the man.
Chad, I feel like this is like the death of traditional news in real time. Like the internet just moves way too quick, and you have BBC over here, like breaking it down. I mean, granted, they're not getting many views, but the BBC's getting mogged.
Manosphere, and it's kind of...
Did I miss the Tyler Oliveira React video? It'll be insane. No, you didn't miss it yet.
Adjacent niches for a while now. I wrote a book called Clown World, which is about Andrew Tate, essentially a viral misogynist influencer who is alleged to have trafficked women, to have raped women, allegations he denies, but he's being investigated for.
King Tate lost mad aura after getting his ass beat by an amateur. So true. Little Duke with the 5 gifted subs on Kick. Holy shit. Huge bunker busters going off on kick.com/Philion.
And he was sort of the most famous person to come out of this part of the internet called the manosphere. And within the manosphere, there's lots of people. There's pickup artists. There's men going their own way, who are men who have kind of decided that they should no longer have any sort of meaningful relationship with women at all. But all of them share this attribute which they refer to as being red-pilled. And being red-pilled means that you've awoken to the notion that that feminism is a lie, essentially, and that men...
Yeah, I went my own way.
Actually have fewer rights.
Fig towel. Phil went his own way.
Than women. Okay? So that's being red-pilled. Look maxing comes from a kind of darker, more nihilistic version of red-pilling called black-pilling. To be black-pilled is to not just have the realization that feminism is supposedly a lie, but it's to have this realization that your entire worth is genetically predetermined, and life is this kind of Darwinist nightclub where you're competing with other men for sex and for women's attention.
Yo, Chitonio with the gifted sub.
And that if you are born kind of not good looking or with low musculature, then you're essentially doomed and you will always be an incel, an involuntary celibate.
That wasn't the worst way of breaking it down.
Someone who believes that
I've heard much worse.
They will never have sex with women because women will never find them attractive. Now, Clavicular's sort of post-incel, he's saying rather than accept your fate that women will never like you, you can, in his terminology, ascend. You can make yourself look better. You can looks max.
I have a lot of questions to follow up on here, Matt.
I bet.
Why don't I just begin by asking if you can just pull up his Instagram and kind of describe what he looks like to us? Yeah.
He is rarely wearing a shirt. He has a very lean...
He's literally always wearing a shirt.
Body, high muscle mass, chiseled jawline, kind of perfect hair. And he is mainly known for these live streaming videos, it seems, where he kind of is either brutally rating women's attractiveness or mogging other men.
Okay, what does it mean to mog?
So mogging comes from AMOG, alpha male of the group.
I feel like you're describing literally lexicon to me, Matt. Like I'm speaking a foreign language sometimes, but please continue.
Well, it's okay. So to mog someone is to portray yourself as superior to them, especially to another man. So Clavicular famously got brutally frame mogged by an ASU frat leader. So the meme that most people came to Clavicular through was a picture of him stood next to a fraternity leader.
He's not even in a frat, bro. It's completely fake.
Who had a wider muscular frame than him.
Okay.
And the caption.
This guy wants to mog Louis Theroux. That's right.
Said that this frat leader brutally frame-mogged Clavicular by having a wider frame.
And so to have a wider frame is presumably seen to be more attractive.
Yes, exactly. So
of course.
You can
what do you mean?
Attach any prefix to mog. So like you can.
Natty AJ with the gifted sub. Huge bunker busters.
You can face mog, you can frame mog. We were going to do Clavicular on top comment, but you could say that you news mogged us by doing it in this podcast.
Please don't take that personally.
No, the fact that like that they're forced to use the lexicon is hilarious.
Okay, so Matt,
So tell me about this mog.
Keep referring to this guy.
I'm ahead of the curve though. I already incorporated Mog the LLC in the state of New York.
As Clavicular, but I feel like we should spell out that that's
I already have mogged.shop.
Not actually his birth given name. It is a chosen name.
Clavicular was born Braden Peters. He grew up in Hoboken, New Jersey. He says that he struggled socially in high school and often caused himself an autist, despite no official autism diagnosis.
Save 15% or more with the sub on YouTube.
At 14, he became obsessed with improving his looks, so he ordered a testosterone kit online. His parents initially threw the drugs away, causing a hormonal crash. At some point, he becomes a frequent poster on the forum looksmax.org. Starts kind of speaking in terms of these grievances.
Do I think looksmaxing will die out now that it's mainstream? Probably.
About the
it's how it always happens.
Unfair biological advantages held by tall and muscular men. Clavicular is a reference to the width of his clavicles.
Is this your clavicle here to here?
Yeah, it's your collarbone, essentially.
Interesting. So the width of your collarbone is seen to be a sign of attractiveness.
Of course.
Yes. So all of this comes from the kind of incel looks-maxing belief in hypergamy. It's a term that's used by biologists to describe how animals pick a mate. Now, they apply this to humans, and they believe that women seek higher status men in order to increase their kind of social and economic standing and the genetic potential of their offspring. And it's within this world of hypergamy that these genetic specificities, like the width of your clavicles, or the ratio between the distance between your eyes and your nose and mouth, are important. People like Clavicular are obsessed with this to the point of body dysmorphia. Clavicular says that he's been taking testosterone since he was 14 and is now infertile because of that.
I want to ask you about that, though, because if the idea of looks maxing is to break out of your kind of your incel fate, so to speak, if the end result of looks maxing is, as is the case with this guy Clavicular, that you end up infertile, well, to what end?
So
it's not to have kids. It's just to mog, dude.
Clavicular has himself said that sex, or slay-maxing, as he refers to it, is actually less important than the goal of mogging other men. So actually, by that, he means that the competition within the social hierarchy for other men is the main game.
Okay, so in fact, the end result is not to have sex, it's just to better other men. Is that right?
In the kind of caricatured extreme form that Clavicular represents, yes, looks maxing is not about attracting a mate anymore. It's about the attention and the virality that it gets.
Yeah, this is on BBC, by the way.
Within that social hierarchy on social media.
Matt, this is the
chat. Now tell me why 100 more people started watching this dumb shit as opposed to me slaying out on Halo 3. So I want to make sure we're clear here. I'm Halo maxing. I'm Halo 3 pilled, and nobody's watching. I turn on BBC slop, and everyone stops what they're doing.
Part of our episode where we do a practical exercise. One of our
still waking up. Okay, so it's not my gameplay. I just want to make sure it's not my gameplay, chat.
Producers have shared with Asma and I a message that was posted on.
Tell me it's not my gameplay, chat.
X. And we would like your help, please, in translating this message. Clavicular was mid-gestigooning when a group of foids came and spiked his cortisol levels, is ignoring the foids while munting and mogging moids more useful than SMV chad fishing in the club. What does that mean?
Clavicular was mid gestergooning, so gestergooning is, using humor to attract attention from women, as opposed to just your looks, which is something that he kind of looks down on. When a group of foids, female humanoids, derogatory, came and spiked his cortisol levels, stressed him out, is ignoring the foids, female humanoids, while munting and mogging moids. So while munting, insulting, and mogging, presenting yourself as superior to male humanoids, more useful than SMV chadfishing. So SMV stands for sexual marketplace value. Chadfishing, presenting yourself as a superior alpha male chad.
I almost feel bad for this guy, because like I understand he has a job to do, right? He's a journalist. He wants to understand the culture. He wants to highlight how stupid it is. But he presents himself as a normie. So it's just...
in order to kind of attract...
It's like you're never going to win.
Women. So basically what he's saying here is... that sentence...
He's a Zoomer? I don't think so.
Translated is clavicular was acting humorous when a group of women came over and stressed him out, is ignoring women while insulting and presenting yourself as superior to other men more useful in the sexual marketplace.
But what they don't understand is it's just a bunch of clippers literally shitposting on X with these retarded titles so that it gets engagement. Like it doesn't mean anything.
Right?
It's like 50, that's right. It's like 50% kayfabe.
Now that gives you a window into what looks maxing is about, into this world of hypergamy, about how to compete with other men for female attention, but also for other male attention. But I think the important thing about that sentence you just said is that it's that vocabulary that has allowed clavicular to go viral. And we shouldn't look at that sentence and think that there's like a bunch of young people who are actually...
Clippers write the story. They do. Andrew Tate kind of invented clipping. Now, clipping always existed for sure, but the clipping as we know, like the weaponized clipping, like the mass clip farming, was used by Tate to get people to join Hustlers University.
Talking like that, right? It's in itself a joke. Like to do that meme is kind of performatively participating in the discourse.
Well, I will say, I mean, look, we've been laughing at points during this interview and talking about this being part of an online discourse and meme culture. And yet it's not just existing in this online world. There was this clip of him hanging out in a club in Miami with other notable manosphere figures like Andrew Tate or Nick Fuentes. My understanding is they were playing this song that glorifies Hitler. It's by the artist formerly known as Kanye West. What was happening there, and why did this clip blow up so widely?
So this was a kind of clout bomb of all the top manosphere and far-right influencers in one.
He's actually pretty good at explaining it. A clout bomb? I wouldn't have come up with that.
Nightclub singing along to Heil Hitler. Essentially the most algorithmically primed gathering in history, because it's so offensive. Everyone in that group has...
Formerly known? What does she mean? He goes by Ye now. But even that is so... Like, Kanye apparently gets pissed off when people call him Kanye. Kanye West. He just likes to be referred to as Ye. And he, like, really hates it. But it's like, bro, you will always be Kanye West.
Such a huge following that it was guaranteed to, like, kind of blow up the internet, which it did, which made them all more famous to whatever end, that serves for each of them. And since then, Clavicular has sought to clarify that he's apolitical, that he doesn't care about any of this stuff, and that he's nihilistic, and, it's all about mogging, not...
Yeah, refer to me as Eon now. Phil Eon. I'm just Eon.
Politics is what he said.
I mean, it does.
I hate when people call me by my name.
seem absolutely extraordinary that people can be singing a song glorifying Hitler essentially just as a publicity stunt. Is that what was actually going on?
This is essentially the tried and tested formula of the manosphere and of the far right extreme political online world, which is say outlandish things, become famous, meet with other influencers who have also said outlandish things, cross-pollinate, make each other more famous, and then translate that into whatever grift you desire, whether that's selling a course to make money or whatever. But the key thing is that
I need to be saying more outlandish things. I need to be selling a course. The problem is I'm not selling a course, bro.
all of the things these people are saying and doing are algorithmically primed to be successful, to reach as many people as possible. Because if you engage with Clavicular or Andrew Tate or Nick Fuentes through criticizing them, you are still engaging with them, and the algorithm likes that, and it pushes it more. If you engage with them because you like it, same thing. But we basically live in a world right now where social media rewards and gives huge platforms to the most outlandish, offensive people.
We were just talking about Clavicular at this club with some other members of the manosphere, people who are seen to be part of the far right. And I want to ask you about Clavicular's politics, because they seem less clear-cut to me.
Well, Clavicular, I think, would say that he only cares about mogging, not politics. So he is essentially apolitical and nihilistic. In December last year, Clavicular went on a podcast with the conservative political commentator Michael Knowles, where he was asked about who he might endorse in the 2028 presidential election between California Governor Gavin Newsom and Vice President J.D. Vance. Clavicular described Vice President J.D. Vance as, quote, subhuman for his, quote, recessed side profile and for being, quote, obese, asking, how are you fat and expected to lead the country? In saying that, he must be aware that that's funny, right? A lot of what he does
I
is
actually hit that by
funny.
accident.
I mean, this is a guy who...
Bro, I actually hit that fucking button by accident. That worked, though.
Uses the term second floor maxing to refer to just going upstairs, right? So he must be aware that what he's doing is kind of clowning in a way.
Is he truly not ideological in what you've seen from him?
I would say that he's genuinely nihilistic. But I think that is, in a way, more scary. The idea that your nihilism has reached such an extent that it isn't an issue for you to chant
He's right.
Heil Hitler in a nightclub while filmed.
On the nihilism part.
And use the N-word, which he has done multiple times, for attention, is very worrying. If like even a portion of his followers share that same nihilism, that is very worrying.
Does he use the N-word because he espouses a racist ideology, or quite simply just for attention?
What do you think, bro? What do you think? I mean, come on.
Again, I would say that he probably would say that he isn't racist and is apolitical and just wants to focus on looks maxing. But that doesn't mean that he's unintentionally espousing a racist ideology. For example, Clavicular also appears on a podcast with the far-right commentator Nick Fuentes, and the two of them talk about the importance of, quote, saving European culture by taking steroids and looks maxing. Where Clavicular's kind of ideology, if you could call it that, crosses over in...
Bro, this 20-year-old is living in everyone's fucking head rent-free, bro.
...to racism is in the same way that the kind of social Darwinism and hypergamy that surrounds the whole incel looks max culture it combines with race science. And so he sort of says in his course, he offers consolation to, quote, ethnics who got the, quote, short end of the phenotype stick, and encourages them to follow his godly coloring routine.
So ethnics being anyone who's not white he's referring to, or who are ethnics?
I think you could safely assume that.
I see.
Clavicular said the concerns that the looks maxing subculture is racist are, quote, dumb. People would be right to be concerned when you look at the fact that he has said things around kind of evolutionary biology which refer to a kind of idealized male form and pose questions about, is that supposed idealized male form a Caucasian male form? And the fact that he is, doing a video in a nightclub with a famous white nationalist chanting Heil Hitler, whether...
Have I heard of Milo Yiannopoulos? Yeah, he's been around forever. It's Breitbart. He does PR for Kanye West, I believe. He has a talent agency called Tarantula, which in my opinion is one of the sickest names ever. Especially for like that kind of, I don't know, it just sounds cool. But people hypothesize that Kanye's recent like huge apology tour was just written by Milo, which I would probably believe too.
There is a danger that this looks maxing.
He also just, I don't want to say exposed, but like aired out some dirty laundry from like these other conservative influencers. What is it? Sarah Stockton, Eliza Schaefer. They both like cheated on their wives and husbands, and I don't know. It's just messy. It's just messy social media bullshit.
World that we're now seeing.
He cured his gayness. Yeah, he said that being gay was like demons, and that like he literally got them exorcised out of him.
Has a lot of crossover with eugenics, and we know statistically that men.
Yeah, he was banned from speaking at universities like 10 years ago.
Around the world are more concerned with how they look physically than they.
I think he was, yeah.
Have been at any point in recent history. Male body dysmorphia is on the rise. Instagram and social media play into that. Things like dating apps play into that hugely. The idea
he mocked his inner homosexuality. That's right.
Yeah, that you're constantly swiping and no one's swiping back on you, all contributes to this sense that you are competing in this sexual marketplace, and that is fundamental to incel and looks maxing culture. And that leads to people doing all sorts of extreme and crazy things. Looks maxing is one of them. However, I think we have to be careful not to overanalyze clavicular. And I think there's a huge tendency when a living meme like clavicular arises for the think pieces to come out. I saw New York Times compared looks maxing vocabulary to James Joyce's Ulysses. There's a tendency to say this thing is happening. What does this say about young men and, as a whole? I would be cautious to say that this is a trend affecting a majority or even a large number of young men. I think the reason he's famous isn't because loads of young men are smashing their faces with hammers to...
That culture only now has caught up. Yeah, it's another extension of that male-dominated internet subculture. Like, politics already the Overton window of politics already shifted. Like 4chan is kind of just like in everyday speak now. Like quite literally. The whole like Andrew Tate era, Nick Fuentes era, like by extension, the last leg to catch up. Like pickup artistry was first. Looks maxing. Truthfully, I didn't think there was going to be like a looks maxing influencer that would transcend into the mainstream. I just didn't think there was enough material there for that to ever actualize. So that's why it's so interesting, because it's like, one, the language is absolute. I was thinking about this, right? Like a lot of our language, no matter how you no matter how you break this down, like there's something to be said about a lot of culture comes from African American lingo and gay dudes and women in terms of, let me break this down, right? Like fashion, art, music, all these sectors, right? That's why you have people say like when I say dead ass, right? Like that didn't come from like a white person. Not that it really matters, but I'm saying I'm only making this analogy because, or it's brick outside. That's like a New York slang thing. All of these, this vernacular comes from usually those groups. What I find interesting is that this new lexicon of like looksmaxing is completely foreign to like everyone. And people that are typically on looksmaxing forums are like straight dudes. So it's like a new language that finally formed.
Welcome.
It's an interesting take. I know it is. Like, for example, do you guys know like Charlie XCX, like the pop singer? Remember like Brat Summer? Like that is women and gay dudes. Like that's kind of the thing I was, not that dominated culture, but you can extend that to all these different like subcultures. Because when you think about it, selling to like a straight dude is like the hardest thing. That's why like White Monster is like like the White Monster energy drink is like the pinnacle of just like manliness in mimetic culture, I guess, like a locked in guy. Because like most dudes don't give a fuck about all like anything that's not inherently, I don't know how to put this into words. It's because straight dudes don't need much to be happy. That's it's just But even if you look at like nostalgia memes and edits and hyper mimetic, I guess, observations, like have you guys ever seen like, yo, what happened to white dudes and music? Like bring this shit back. And then it'll play like fucking Eve 6 or what is it? Like this era, although sick, is dead. And now it just lives on in nostalgia. So some of the analyses of like white culture or like what like skateboarding, early 2000s, extreme sports, like that's gone. Like that doesn't. Like Blink 182.
We forget about the things I said when I was drunk. Didn't mean to call you that. I can't remember what was said or what you threw.
Yeah, like Linkin Park. Are you guys picking up what I'm putting down? I just find it funny that there is a new lexicon, a new culture that is predominantly straight. Does seem gay. They're trying to improve. They're trying to compete with other men. I just find it funny that like a new vocabulary, a new mimetic thing has transcended or even ascended that comes from just terminally online culture as opposed to anything else.
found this.
Chad, do we run it? Do we run it? The reason they call it black culture is because most black Americans don't know their lineage and have nothing in common with African roots. So in order to normalize their American identity, they just call it black culture. Yeah, that's true. An observable thing is that, I mean, when we watch like Tyler Oliveira videos, right, and he'll interview a black dude about like Somalian learning centers, and normally they're just like, yo, I don't know about all that. That shit's crazy. Like, fuck that shit. Like... there is such thing as African American culture, because like this goes beyond just like skin color. It's like geography, shared ethics, morals, fucking worldview, upbringing. There's definitely a big Latino culture in America too. 100%. I mean, like American Italians versus Italians, like that, they kind of fucking hate each other. It evolves into something completely new. So I hate Italians. Yeah. That's right. I'm actually pro-American Italian. I think they're more resilient. I think they're more real. Have you guys talked to like actual Italians? They're kind of scary. They're kind of scaringly xenophobic and insular. That's right. That's right. The real Italians are in New York. Actual Italians are not as xenophobic as American Italians. Dude, I don't know about that. I don't know about that, bro. Dude. What you need to understand is everyone is racist as fuck. Cultural relativism is a stupid game to play. It's all so cooked. It's all so fucking cooked. I'm Italian and can confirm racism here is off the charts. Nice. What's my new wallpaper? This is the GTR. Sheesh. That I don't have. Do I like Shrek? I love Shrek. It's green because of Kick. Kick.com/Philion. I did buy a new one though. I bought I'll surprise you guys when it comes in. I'm gonna have to get a sticker too. This kid really got on sharper than sharp. I told you, bro. I told you. Oh, let's get into it. I gotta fix. Shit always gets messed up. If I put my hand up, I could see the gap. All right. What the fuck, chat? You know what I'll do? That's perfect. That's perfect. That's perfect. All right. Is my chat perfect? Is my chat perfect? Now it is. Now it is, bro. I need a better chat box. I need a better chat box, bro. Where's my top hat? It's in the shop. It's in the shop. We're getting sent to the shadow realm faster than last time. I exposed New Jersey's Jewish invasion. We got a new drop by Tyler Oliveira.
You're not welcome here, and you're not welcome in a lot of other places based on your videos.
You don't own this place. You don't own America.
No, you should move on. Nobody wants you here. Please move out.
Tyler, it seems like you discovered that anti-Semitism is lucrative, no?
So Pat obviously thought that we should pay for their money, so why don't you move to a different country? So
Why don't you go back to Israel? That would be my question.
I got like
public safety.
I would say 150 calls about you already.
What are they calling about?
People try to live a quiet life.
You two gentlemen, I saw a video of you walking in.
I love this video already because I love when you cause chaos in the sense of knowing your rights, not doing anything illegal. No, we got to restart. How the fuck do I put this? I like the provocation. I love a good provocateur. Like, I'm just smiling at the fact that he's the monkey wrench in the system. I like when people are legally inflammatory. Yeah, but I don't like the First Amendment auditors. I feel like they're annoying. Oh. I exposed New Jersey's Jewish invasion. It will be a miracle if this video stays on YouTube. We got a new drop by Tyler Oliveira.
You're not welcome here, and you're not welcome in a lot of other places based on your videos.
You don't own this place. You don't own America.
No, you should move on. Nobody wants you here. Please move out.
Tyler, it seems like you discovered that anti-Semitism is lucrative, no?
So Pat obviously thought that we should pay for their money, so why don't you move to a different country? So
Why don't you go back to Israel? That would be my question.
I got like
public safety.
I would say 150 calls about you already.
What are they calling about?
People try to live a quiet life.
I just love when someone is legally inflammatory. The parallels between the coverage of Islam and Judaism is funny because each is done by the right and the left respectively, yet they're saying almost the exact same shit. It's the horseshoe theory.
You two gentlemen, I saw a video of you walking into 136 Hillside. They asked not
Fair
to
enough.
come back.
Amazing.
If you come back, it'll be a trespassing
So
charge.
you say anti-Semitism, I say anti-Goyism.
The Jewish community is extremely racist.
You have a group of people that call themselves God's people. You are a Semite supremacist.
Elon Musk has 12 kids. Why can't I have 12 kids?
He pays for them. You're arguing that I should pay for your kids.
I'm arguing that the government said.
Yeah, this is why here at Third Eye Global, I have an ideological problem with ethnocentric peoples, tribes, religions. Essentially, in the West, there's this entire academic brainwashing campaign of multiculturalism, cultural relativism, combined with Christian values of loving and respecting thy neighbor, essentially to the point of passivity and rolling over. And this extends into the legal system where eventually, I don't know where my tax-paying dollars are going. And apparently, one way or another, it's subsidizing people taking advantage of the system. When those same structures are not respected by everyone else, that is considered an other.
That's our money. I pay taxes.
Excuse me, sir. What are you doing? Should I call the cops on you?
This has nothing to do with religion. It's just, it will never not make me laugh when someone is a pencil neck.
Excuse me, sir. Should I call the cops on you?
For what?
Okay, that's it.
We may be in a corrupt hellhole. So what am I being pulled over for?
We got a call. Keep your hands on the steering wheel when you do so.
This is Lakewood, New Jersey, home to one of the largest and fastest growing Orthodox Jewish communities in America, having anywhere from 6 to 10 kids per family, causing the community's rapid growth to spill into the neighboring towns of Jackson, Toms River, Brick, and Howell, causing non-Jewish residents.
I've been to Toms River when I made my drone documentary, and it is quite literally one of the largest Jewish enclaves in the world, let alone country. And I would not be surprised if there is a bias on their behalf. In fact, that is almost guaranteed.
To fear that their town will soon be turned into Little Jerusalem, just like Lakewood.
The tactics within this community, I would liken it to organized crime.
You were the vice chairman of the Israel Advisory Committee for Donald Trump in 2016. How did you get a relationship with the White House? Who in the White House?
I don't want to say.
Who are we messing with here right now, Chris? Is this video a mistake, man?
I'm going to be honest. The powers out here are pretty immense.
It's not about Jackson. Jackson is a test case. If it isn't squashed soon, is going to take over the entire country.
It's already a problem in all the surrounding towns. You have billionaires from Lakewood being involved, people connected to the President of the United States.
In New Jersey, is there room for a two-state solution?
No, there's clearly not. I think it's going to be a fight.
I ride around Lakewood. There are near Lakewood, outside of Lakewood, and all these towns around Lakewood.
See, I don't know what this invasion constitutes. The framing is sinister. But in terms of how much power they actually hold, I would like to imagine that it's just uncomfortable if you're not part of the community, if you live here.
There are housing developments where Goyim live. There are no Yidden there yet, but all these housing developments,
I also find it incredibly funny that the word Goyim has transcended into mainstream culture. And if you ask a Jewish person if it's a slur, they'll tell you no. But it's used to refer to anyone that is not them. And it does have that sting at the end of it. Goyim. So, as a goy, as a Gentile, as a non-Jewish person, I like to reclaim that word. I'm just a stupid goy, bro.
They could turn it around. We saw what happened in Lakewood itself.
Dude, they say it with a hard I-M too, the Goyim.
There are a lot of other opportunities if people want to take that jump and become a shtickle pioneer.
As the Orthodox Jewish community consolidated political power in Lakewood, taking majority control of the Township Committee, Planning Board, Zoning Board.
Dude, this happens with many different cultures. Like we're seeing it with Islamic politicians and boards as well. But nobody likes to talk about it when it's Jewish.
and school board, financially depleting the public school system for non-Jewish kids, overwhelming local infrastructure, and turning a once quiet town into a densely populated, over-trafficked Jewish enclave prioritizing Jews over non-Jews. Before I investigate the Jewish takeover of Lakewood and of the nearby town of Jackson, I first want to visit the town where the blueprint was born, Muncie, New York.
Someone like David Badner saw the opportunity a few years ago. He bought several 50 to 100 houses in Muncie. I believe that he single-handedly, in a certain way, turned around Muncie.
And if someone were to pose why this would be a problem, just think about it logically, right? As an outsider, business opportunities are pretty much not going to happen because they stick to their own. There's inherent familial nepotism. They're not playing by the same rules as everyone else, under the guise of religion or persecution or victimhood.
These are opportunities that come up every once in a while, and someone has to step up to the plate.
Miller News, thanks for meeting up on such short notice, man.
My Muncelandians, you know we here. We outside. Yeah.
When did you notice Muncie begin to form as a Hasidic Jewish enclave?
I would say 20 years ago, I saw the first start of it, and then every year it just started to grow exponentially.
Hey!
Different.
It's me.
They know him by first name basis. Tyler, bro, get out of here.
How are you? Stop what?
They on Tyler. Yo, they on Tyler.
Stop.
But the Jews here were not happy to see me after I asked how they afford 7 to 10 kids on a single income and if they were on welfare in Kiryas Shoel.
Keyword, they don't afford it. We do.
Well,
how many kids do most people have out here?
17, 18.
How do they afford 17, 18 kids?
They are proud to do what the Torah says, that you need to multiply.
Yeah, so the first video was in New York. And New Jersey, New York. New Jersey is essentially greater New York. Or greater Long Island. If you're not from the East Coast, you wouldn't understand this, but I'll break it down for you. Like I said, New York, New Jersey, the East Coast elite, it is traditionally an extremely Jewish place. Like the other parts of the country cannot relate to how insulated this pocket is. So splitting hairs between Long Island, New York, and New Jersey, it's pretty much all the same. It's pretty much South Long Island or East Philadelphia.
Be multiple and fruitful.
How do you afford to study the Torah, though?
God help me.
Does the American taxpayer help you, too?
Also, yes.
How do people afford to have such big families out here?
It's... I'm not saying anything.
Are you Tyler?
I'm Tyler.
Are you trying to do another anti-Semitism video?
How did I spread anti-Semitism? That's crazy you said that. Life circumstance, different culture. So this is their way of, like, listen, I know you're frustrated about some of the things we focused on. Is that kind of what I'm getting at? Sure. So give me some examples of how things were misconstrued. Yeah, what did I get that was wrong?
Palm Beach, Florida too? Well, yeah, that's the pipeline. That's the snowbird tech. New York, New Jersey, straight to Florida. Boca Raton, Palm Beach. Gated communities, insulated. Like, by nature, it's inherently xenophobic. And when I say that, I'm not on some lib shit. I mean that, like, they stick to their own. They live with each other. They do not associate with outsiders. It is inherently supremacist.
So it's not necessarily misconstrued. Well, it is misconstrued. There's a lot of it that's, you'll cut a lot of it, cut out different words, make it sound a lot worse than it is. There's a lot of people here that are on welfare. A lot of people are in Section 8. A lot of people that are on a bunch of different WIC, food stamps, stuff like that.
Sure.
If you go to any low-income communities, you're going to see that. They're all going to be on the different welfares.
Okay, so they were on welfare.
Yeah,
Okay.
no better than denying that. Okay. But again, it's the way you say it, it's the way you twist it, the way you...
How did I twist it?
Not twist it, again,
How did
twist
I-
it's the wrong
I'm
word.
just trying to understand where you're coming from.
Growing up in an extremely...
Why do they all have glasses? We actually looked into this. It's myopia from studying the Torah and reading profusely all the time, allegedly, or genetics.
Dude, go.
Ah, the insufferable hug.
You know, I fear that Third Eye Global is almost too logical. Because that's like a rare thing these days, and not many people have the capacity for nuance.
I see. You say I misrepresent, and then they do that. Like, come on.
I'm not saying they're all good people. It's like I said, wherever you go, it's going to be the idiots. There's always going to be the assholes wherever you go.
I totally get it.
You talk about the community. It feels like you're trying to create a narrative that you did not find. You found people that are on welfare that have a lot of kids, but your headline did wrote welfare addicted Jews.
Buddy's in the G-Wagon, bro. He's money maxed.
What is your frustration? I'm curious. Welfare dependent, welfare reliant, welfare addicted. What's the difference? Tell me. They need it to survive, and without it, they die. What is the difference?
It's addictive to bait click. That's an addiction.
That's an addiction?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you addicted to being a victim or what?
No.
The Goyim were grateful someone was finally bringing up their town's issues.
I show you. They take all my money, these people.
You think they take the money?
Good, man.
Bienvenidos a Muncie con mi amigo. All right, see you, bro. How do you like living here as a non-Jew?
So-so. Well, I don't
What do
like
you mean
the
by
area.
so-so?
Because they're aesthetics.
Do they treat you as one of them? Like,
No,
are you guys
no.
on the same page?
No. They don't bother me because I don't deal with them.
Okay. Do you think there is large-scale welfare fraud out here?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's a lot. They get away with everything. They get the Section 8, they get everything.
A fascinating aspect of this is that they're not even asked or tasked with the idea of assimilation. Traditionally, Jewish people were a diaspora. They were spread out, and the unifying thing was their religion. They were stateless until the creation of Israel. Now, forgot my point. Oh. Compared to pretty much any other race, religion, or group of people, say a tribe, in America there was an effort or an expectation of getting along with each other and assimilating. A shared language, shared values, shared tradition. It's a weird tech that they just like get a pass. Like they're not even, it's just the religion and state thing. It's not ideal in the big 2-6. It's in many ways a protected elite class. It's rules for thee, not for me.
Free housing and,
Do you think most people work out here in the Hasidic community? No. How do they afford their bills?
I wish I knew. I would do the same thing, too.
And what are your thoughts on the driving out here? I got to ask you that. It's the most important question.
I don't want to talk about it.
The driving is crazy.
Okay.
You got a stop sign over there, they don't even stop. They just pass. That's why so much traffic and accidents, and it's crazy.
You saw the Curious Joel video. Why was that video good?
That video was good because I've been in East Ramapo for as long as I remember. I also went to Spring Valley High School. I've been in the school system, and we've definitely seen a lot of things, especially since our school board was majority private school owners, mainly Jewish white men, and most of our school was not Jewish. And
Jewish white men. See, it depends on who you're talking to. I don't even know what they identify as, but I don't know what the classification is. I don't even think Jews refer to themselves as white. unless it would be convenient to do so. But it's odd that somebody else would refer to Jewish people as white. And not to split hairs here, but when somebody says white, usually European, Anglo-Saxon phenotype. Yeah, what about the black Israelites? Maybe that's why she said it. Are they not white, though? Like, technically speaking, yes, their skin color is white, but this is why I'm hesitant, because a lot of Jewish people don't view themselves as white.
They had control over a public school system over like the past 10 years, purposely voting no on our school budget vote so that way we would fail, and we lost about 3-2 schools.
Yes, it's an identify type of angle. They are the Semitic race. Yeah, they're Levantine, from the Levant. Every Jew will tell you that they're Jewish, not white. Italians are considered white, but at one point they weren't. Like, the idea of what white is completely separate than the shade of your skin.
Through block voting, Orthodox Jews won enough seats to control the East Ramapo.
They didn't consider the Irish white, am I wrong? No, you're actually correct. There was insane amounts of anti-Irish racism because they weren't seen as white in this context, although they're whiter than milk in many cases.
School board and went on to eliminate hundreds of public school positions like teachers and social workers, while approving millions of taxpayer dollars to be spent on their children's religious private schools, ultimately gutting the public school system for the
Drifting into a wild topic, about to have some interesting new chatters appear. No, I think it's an important topic because this is how this is broken down in our zeitgeist. You have people clinging to this idea of the color of their skin, and yet nobody even agrees or can even comprehend the inner intricacies and how culture kind of separates this.
Estimated 9,000 black and brown public school students while diverting that money to their private religious schools.
They give us food that's rotten and it's cold and it hurts our stomach.
I ask you, do not take our music program away. I love playing an instrument. My brother would be crushed.
And the budget cuts were so devastating that in one instance, an elementary school shut.
Phil, you're making too much sense, bro. You gotta stop. So true. Like LGBTQ. Kind of.
Down, and the majority Jewish school board then voted to sell it to a Jewish yeshiva for pennies on the dollar.
Jewish is literally a separated race in an ancestry test. Well, it's an ethno-religion. It's one of those weird classifications.
Basically, the poorest, most vulnerable kids in these communities had their schools gutted and looted, all by a majority Jewish school board whose kids didn't even attend public school.
We believe that some of the decisions
all I know is I'm a fucking goy
that have been made by the board have not been in the best interest of the public school community.
You don't like it? Find yourself another place to live.
How was your education?
My education, it was decent, but it definitely could have been better if we had the resources that we were allowed to have. But again, for the past 10, 15 years or so, people have been purposely voting no on our school budget vote, so that way we had no funding and money for our school. And, you know, that was done purposely.
And who was voting no?
Third Eye Global, more like Third Eye Goy Ball.
Majority the Jewish community. You like drive around here, you'll literally see signs saying vote no for a school budget, which I think is crazy. Luckily, we were able to get a ward system to be able to get 3 seats for the wards, but if it wasn't for that, we still would be majority white Jewish men voting for public school students that they don't care about. Yeah, and they purposely go out their way to isolate us. We're basically isolated to the point where we feel like this isn't our home.
Dude, it literally is an identity thing. Jewish people are a diverse, ethno-religious group with varied racial backgrounds, including Ashkenazi, European, Sephardic, Mizrahi, Middle Eastern, North African, and black communities. While a large majority of the U.S. Jews identify as white, many do not. That just sounds awfully fucking convenient. Why am I not able to identify as anything? It's all so fucking stupid.
A lot of people like to say they're ducking taxes and all that. There's truths and lies to that, but I could only tell you that I've only seen the bad part. The bad part is I've seen houses get broken down. I've seen certain spaces, buildings get destroyed for, let's just say, for more kosher customs. You feel me? So
I want to thank you for showing our community. I don't believe in hiding. I believe we have a tremendous amount to be proud of, and like every community, we're different. We have our goods. Other communities have their positives.
Tell me about what are some of the best things about this community then.
Tonight at sundown, we shut our phones, we shut our cars, we go to shul. The most beautiful part of our religion, do you understand that Orthodox Jews can be anywhere? The sun is coming down and it's the last opportunity to pray what's called mincha, which is afternoon services. They could be in the most important meetings and they'll go pray. And they could care less about anything happening. The same things with Shabbos. We come home, our families are waiting. We sing Shalom Aleichem. We welcome in the Shabbos, and you'll say back Aleichem Shalom, right?
Could they feed 10 kids without those programs?
I am one of 10 children.
You're driving a G-Wagon, bro.
My father was never on any wealth.
That's a tax write-off, by the way, because it hits that weight limit. You could buy a G-Wagon under an LLC or S-Corp, write the entire thing off.
I used to reuse sandwich bags to save my father a penny.
That's great for you.
You're not welcome here, and you're not welcome in a lot of other places based on your video.
What about me, though?
I love you, man. You are funny.
You don't own this place. You don't own America. I can do whatever I want.
Whatever you want.
Get in your G-Wagon, get to work.
You're not trying to bring people together. You never did, you never will. It's who you are. Somebody hurt you deeply, and I'm sorry.
He was right. Someone did hurt me. Whoever told my sponsors to pull out after making one video exploring a community of welfare-addicted Jews.
There's some subcategories like that. As a Hispanic, I can be white Hispanic instead of just Hispanic in most government forms. Dude, asking a liberal what a Spanish person is will just fucking one-shot them. They have no idea. They don't, like AOC fundamentally did not understand what a conquistador was and ethno-racially what that entails, aka Spaniards being white. And they can't even tell you what a woman is.
If you want to help me avoid ending up on welfare too, and get access to all of these videos early, and watch never-before-seen content I can't upload on YouTube, go subscribe to my Patreon at patreon.com/Tyler Oliveira for $5 a month. Back to the video. After speaking to frustrated Goyim in Muncie, I headed to Lakewood, New Jersey, one of the fastest growing Orthodox Jewish communities in America, where a similar Jewish takeover has taken place, leading to the gutting of the public school system, all while turning a predominantly working class Irish and Italian town into Little Jerusalem.
I'm trying to merge a gap to see if there's any way that we could actually be one community. Because as you can tell, it's
local Goyim, bro.
2 separate communities. Look around. You will not see a non-Jewish resident here.
We got the Yiddish bus.
This is really all Jewish stores.
Sure.
Now, that pizza place, it's going to be kosher pizza, probably.
A lot of these signs are written in Yiddish, and everything's insulated. Basically, you come here to this plaza, get everything you need. Quite convenient, quite nice.
Now, everyone can shop here. Of course, we could go in and they'll be friendly, but everything's geared towards one community.
But and is it always this way? This part here, is this newly developed in the last?
Oh, yeah. So this used to be a concrete yard.
Got it.
So we're almost where we're standing. Used to have rows of concrete.
Why haven't I seen a single Hasidic woman walking the street? Because they're pregnant at home.
Trucks.
Sure. It's bustling. It's busy.
Now, this place was packed with...
Tyler is looking for Ben Shapiro's sister.
Jews buying groceries for Shabbos, but keep in mind, Goyim are fully allowed to come in here and shop whenever they please.
They're very friendly. I don't think anybody's going to be nasty to us. Is a lot of the fear bullshit warranted? Definitely not. Definitely not. But I do think they don't feel comfortable enough to do it.
But it's important to understand the bigger picture here. As kosher stores move in, more Jews move here too, creating a positive feedback loop where a town rapidly becomes a Jewish hub, ultimately changing the character and identity of a town, and in Lakewood's case, overwhelming the infrastructure. Before we explore the many implications of life for Goyim as towns like Lakewood become increasingly Jewish, I want you to understand how quickly the word anti-Semitism...
Yo, this is dystopian as fuck, dude.
gets weaponized in real time out here.
Tyler, it seems like you discovered that anti-Semitism is lucrative, no?
Why do you think anything that you don't like to see is anti-Semitism? What have I said that's anti-Semitic? Go.
When you talk about people accepting government money, and the overlay is a bunch of pictures of fraud, you're trying to twist it to make it look like we're doing fraud.
There were welfare programs that were defrauded by Jews. What did I say that was a lie?
There are
Go.
welfare programs that are defrauded by
Yes,
everybody.
and I made a Minneapolis video as well. I made several videos. Why are you being so sensitive?
Tyler's out here, boots on the ground, in the streets, getting to the bottom of it. It's so simple to just paint something with a label. And it's really starting to piss me off. Because the amount of effort and work and risk that somebody like Tyler Oliveira has to take on, has to fucking main tank, just for it to be cheaply described as a reductive adjective, as anti-Semitism, or whatever fucking descriptor. Like, what do we just live in a post-truth society? Can't ask questions, can't be provocative, can't wrestle with ideas in the public sphere.
You're trying to make it sound as like anyone who accepts government money in the Jewish community is doing fraud.
That's your interpretation.
What you're doing is dangerous.
How is this dangerous? Why should you be treated like a protected group? You're asking for special privileges.
No, we're not.
All
We're
right.
asking just to be fair, and you're not being fair.
I am being fair.
This is going to make you a lot of money, and it's going to gin up a lot of hatred towards the community that's seeing a rise in anti-Semitism that hasn't been seen in years. Every single day, our lives are at risk, and this is going to
Low effort label maxing.
lead to more.
My sponsor literally got pulled out of the video once they learned the topic of that video. I lost the sponsorship. How is that lucrative? Tell me. Do you say anti-Semitism? I say anti-Goyism. Listen, man, you got a kid in the car, I just noticed. Drive your kid home, get your groceries. You're getting honked at. Let's go. It was good to meet you, though.
So you're arguing with the United States because the president obviously
No, he's
thought
getting swarmed, bro.
that we should pay for
He's pulling aggro.
their money, so why don't you move to a different country?
Why don't you move back to Israel then if there's so much anti-Semitism, right? Like that.
That's a great way to shut you up. Bam, you're a Nazi. Boom, Nazi. Racist. Anti-Semite. Uh-oh. Are you participating in anti-Semitism?
Like I said, why doesn't he go to Israel?
We are giving back.
Listen, in theory, welfare is a good idea. It's sweet, right? At what point is it too far? Because this is a program designed to help single moms after they get divorced and keep the kid from starving.
I also disagree with
Where are all the Hasidic baddies? At JFK International Airport.
you that someone doesn't have a right to have a child.
I think you should have a child if you can afford it, right?
Interrupt real quick?
Sure. Let's hear it.
Okay. You two gentlemen, I saw a video of you walking into 136 Hillside. They asked not
Fair
to
enough.
come back. If
Amazing.
you come back, it'll be a
trespass or what?
trespassing charge. You're
Fair
trespassing.
enough.
If you don't like the laws of America and you think that the government welfare is stupid or whatever,
I would like to change the laws. Just like you would like to create anti-Semitism protection.
I can feel the cortisol spiking. He's got to maintain frame here.
Laws that give you guys protected classes and protection against anti-Semitism, whatever that means, right?
So
why don't you go back to Israel? That would be my question.
Because I like it here.
Same here. I like it here, but I like to make some changes. We can both agree on that, right?
So please keep on moving.
God bless you. There we go. He loves us.
I know. Make a
Yeah,
change.
you guys have group chats of me. You guys say, beware of this guy like I'm like Hitler or something. I'm like, come on, dude. I'm a nice guy. I talk to everyone.
Elon Musk has 12 kids. Why can't I have 12 kids?
He pays for them.
Your story point over here is that people can't have children if they can't afford them. You, as a society, are born from people who started with two Okay? Adam and Eve. That's it. You want to go with the Big Bang, but it started at some point. There was 2 people. And now there's billions. And there was trillions throughout the world. So you're saying if you cannot
What does that have to do with anything? All of those people didn't have welfare. Adam and Eve had Cain and Abel. Did they have a government that paid for their kids?
We live in a government that decides that if you have children, we're going to help you. Now everyone does their part.
You should not have more kids than you can afford. You're arguing that I should pay for your kids. Okay. That's what you're arguing.
I'm not arguing that I don't pay for the kids.
You are.
I'm arguing that the government said.
No, that's our money. I pay taxes. I shouldn't be funding your kids.
Elected Donald
Should
Trump.
not be funding your kids. You don't pay for my kids. Fuck, I could do this all day.
Why don't you go?
No, you should go because you're stopping traffic.
You should move.
Guys, let's go. Move on.
He's stopping traffic, not me.
Yeah, right. No, you should move on. Nobody wants you here. Please move out.
He was saying. Tyler, he loves me.
So
man.
we're not allowed here?
Come. You want to come to the corner?
Where? Over there? Let's go move. Let's go.
You know, I know what you did in the video, and we all saw it, and we still see it. But it's like,
what did I get wrong?
Dude, he actually went viral as fuck in the Jewish community. He's an op.
nobody can cross the government. The government knows everything. The United States federal.
Donald Trump is basically Jewish at this point. His daughter is. That's for sure. And the main fracturing of the right is essentially if you're pro-Jewish or pro-Israel or anti-Israel. That's like the main. That's why the right and the left are now uniting, and it's just one big horseshoe shit show.
Little government knows everything.
Not if you're fraudulently found.
No, it's not true. That if you feel that you live in a country that is corrupt,
I do.
Why are you still living here?
Well, not everyone has options, right?
I can give you a list of 15, 20 countries off the bat that you can live in.
Yeah, regardless, let's say America is corrupt, I still want to live here.
You understand?
Oh, but hold on. Just because there is corruption here, which there is.
There is no.
What are you talking about? Let's not be silly here.
If there would be corruption, the FBI would love to come here first.
He likes the Jewish money, so it seems.
Than any other location in the world.
Come on, that's not true.
Well, I read the numbers in Minnesota.
Had, 22 people indicted for Medicaid fraud?
Numbers in Minnesota. And listen, you can attack them as much as you want. What they did, that's big numbers, man.
Both of your schools had money laundering. You had people. Yes, both.
There's 45 schools here.
So BMG had people that were charged with money laundering, and so did the school for special.
As of when? As of when?
2019, 2018, 2017. Look it up. It's all over Google.
I don't look it up. You got to show it to me.
Come on.
95.
The right is going to have to get on the same page before the next election. Trumpism won't cut it. Yeah, it's interesting you bring that up. I don't know if J.D. Vance has enough momentum to carry Trumpism into 28.
% of people in this vicinity between these 4 or 5 zip codes work very hard.
Yeah.
So if you want to go and dig in a place like here, Lakewood, where the same capital you're going to find in this small percentage.
You're making me want to dig now. You're making me want to look.
You're already digging.
Could you imagine going somewhere and everyone is filming you? I'm not talking like a red carpet celebrity. I'm talking infamy. Like you don't even see their face because it's just covered by their phone.
Man, you're digging already for
I'm at Whole Foods.
4
What
months.
are you talking about? 4 months?
What do you mean? Go break your head. You can keep on breaking your head.
I will break my head.
No problem. Eventually, when you break your head too much, you end up digging water. When you dig water, there's nothing under it.
USA is basically part of Israel now. That's right. Always has been.
Which is really like a continuation of Lakewood. By the way, I don't know if you know how I toppled the government there. They had all these anti-Semitic laws. It was crazy. I had 2 conversations with the White House, and eventually DOJ got involved. But anyway, so I don't know. Are you already doing your Lakewood thing?
I'm here with Dr. Richard Roberts.
Yes.
You sold the pharmaceutical company for $800 million. You were the vice chairman of the Israel Advisory Committee for Donald Trump in 2016.
Yes.
And you reached out to me. Why did you reach out to me via email?
Because you posted that, first of all, you did your video.
This guy looks like he's about to cry.
Curious Yoel in New York, and got a lot of Orthodox Jews very, very upset.
But why did you reach out to me?
But towards the end of the video, you saw the altruism in the community. And you seem to respect that. And since I could see that you seem to me to have a sincere desire to actually get the real facts, because, if you were just bigoted against us, you wouldn't be struck or commenting on the altruism in our community.
But you casually toppled the Jackson government. A, what does that mean? B, how did you get a relationship with the White House?
I never spoke to DOJ. I did speak to people in the White House twice to tell them what was going on, because...
Who in the White House?
I don't think I don't want to say.
That aquarium is insane, not gonna lie. It's actually probably one of the sickest background set pieces for long-form interviews in podcasting.
First off, though, so you mentioned Jackson's a continuation of Lakewood. You toppled the governments. You went to the White House willy-nilly. Called? Okay. You're connected to the White House.
By the way, really...
Except it's a representation of the Goy. Trapped. Forever. In the Matrix.
Leave my house.
Which just goes to show the scale of your connections, in my opinion. I hear this voicemail, I'm like, shiver me timbers, who am I dealing with a little bit here, right? Like, this guy's...
Little old
me. All right, he's calming. And you might be wondering, why are mega wealthy Jewish power brokers connected to Donald Trump trying to set the record straight with a lowly Goy tuber like myself? This all begs the question.
Why are they so afraid of me?
I think they just don't want you to portray Lakewood in a bad way. That's really all it is.
Is there any bad to see?
There's bad to see everywhere. It's good to see everywhere.
Exactly. Good, bad, and the ugly everywhere, right?
100%. I used to live here in Lakewood when I was in 9th and 10th grade. I love Lakewood. There's so much Jewish life here. It's so easy to be Jewish, and everything's cheaper. It's amazing here.
Why did Lakewood become such a large Jewish hub?
So I think it started with BMG, Base Marriage Gavoa, and then you had a lot, BMG.
Yeah, tell me more about BMG, though, right? I hear it's like the Harvard of yeshivas.
Yes, it's top notch. You just sit and learn all day. You already finished your high school phase. Most people went to Israel already, came back, and they just sit and learn all the time. It's amazing. I used to do it when I was a teenager. Lakewood's an amazing place and everything, and I think I've seen your videos all over. I just think that people get nervous and stuff like that, but you're just coming here filming the truth, and you're working just like we are. That's it. We're all in the same boat.
What should we know about Lakewood?
It's a great place. You're always welcome here.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we've got, it's welcoming for the most part. A few guys are fired up. We try to give them the chance to speak, have a conversation. Do a little pss.
Okay, man.
What? What is going on here?
What whisper did we miss?
Nothing. I gotta go now, but
I love it. To a T. A guy.
Dude, he just literally got the safe word. He just activated him.
Gets a whisper, then he goes quiet. Would you like to say anything? How you doing? Or with this guy whispering in his brethren's ears, he comes up when they're talkative and sweet, and he goes psst, 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 and then they stop talking. It is miraculous.
Like, what the fuck was that? That's
Tyler, good to meet you. What's your name?
If I say something good, you're gonna put it on?
Let's go. So we just met up with the guy. He was like pissed off that we like come around here and explore. This guy's killing me, dude. The psst, psst. He's treating you like a child.
So good, the whole world's gonna laugh so nice. I know.
This is pathetic. He's treating you like a child. Who is this guy?
Why are you guys being told what to say?
Let the man speak. Okay, does that not look like suspicious activity?
Why is there so much secrecy if you have nothing to hide?
This is not reinforcing positive stereotypes.
Why would he do that? He's the head whisperer. All right, tell me what you're going to say.
How much money everyone makes in this town? Crazy amount.
What?
The police is also going to follow us, just FYI.
Going to follow us.
There's a police special response unit, and the cops had their internal monologue that they're going to just trail us around.
Amazing. So given that the cops are being called so often, they're just going to follow us around all day. Land of the free, home of the brave.
And then I stumbled upon a kosher collision, another example of Lakewood's infamously terrible driving.
We were just showing how...
Imagine if a random man came up to me when I was doing an interview and went, psst, 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 psst. Yeah, and then they just got hit with the Goy beam, like Men in Black style. Memory wiped. And now the interview's cooked. I'd crash the fuck out. Yeah, it's not real journalism until the cops get involved. This is so cowardly.
How densely trafficked it is out here, how much traffic there is. We wanted to show some of the driving differences out here.
And this is just anarcho-tyranny. You have cops tailing Tyler Oliveira, literally interviewing people, which is like probably just like one of the strongest foundations of freedom in the West. First Amendment, freedom of speech, having conversation, debating people with consensual interviews, and that's a problem. That is where law enforcement resources go. I wonder who's paying the cops.
I don't think you're saying a fair statement. This has nothing to do with Ben's crime.
Oh, what does it have to do with bad driving skills or snow?
It was totally because of the snow.
Fair.
It was a miscommunication. But
That's fair.
I understand what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
That's not what happened. There were actually no one on the road.
Totally fair, okay? You need help getting...
You know, homeless people are actually the freest people in the world. They don't have any masters. They don't have to answer to anyone. They get arrested. They get released. Cops don't know what to do with homeless people. They have the most freedom to do whatever they want. But they don't have freedom. They also have a lot of freedom from doing things. Nobody listens to a broke crackhead. That's all I'm saying. So that schizophrenic man in the street, he might be spitting for a hot second, but it never quite sticks because there's no oomph behind the seriousness of his words because he's got no bread.
Pushed. All right.
Why are you making up a story? Because you need a documentary. There was not one car in sight by accident.
Oh, you just hit the wall.
That's it.
You didn't hit anyone?
No.
Do you need help getting pushed? Okay, we're going to get out of here. Oh, you're good. Different than anyone else.
You need a job.
I agree.
You need a job?
No, I mean, I'm employed. I employ a lot of people, actually.
Yeah, you make money for doing nothing.
For doing nothing? Do you think moving capital and charging interest is something more valuable than I do, or what?
Ooh.
What? I think you should
Holy shit. Moving capital and charging interest. That's what I'm going to say to the next person that tells me that they do finance.
write about
Tell me.
The hundreds of thousands of people that do favors for people every day.
Tell me more.
Open up a book. You never saw so many charity organizations as you have here in Lakewood.
I know there's so many 501c3s.
It's funny how there's an auto mod on this channel that is censoring Goy and Goyim. Like, those words are treated as inflammatory by an auto AI moderator.
It makes me wonder, are they all charitable? Are they
Which makes everyone want to use it more.
fiending for tax exemptions? You know, would you say this is a great place to move to for a young family? If I have a kid or a wife, a young wife? Okay. Not just the Jews.
My best friends are going.
Okay, respect. What do we have here? We have a...
Dude, I have so many black friends.
Hey, it's good to meet you.
You see that?
I saw it. What is the name of that organization once again? Hatzolah. Okay, good to meet you, man. See you later. And we have Hatzolah.
What is Hatzolah, bro?
Up here to help the community. Yeah, this guy doesn't even know what the First Amendment is.
We're busy with the knives.
Don't be a joker, bro. Come on. Yeah. Yes. Come over here. Come over here. All right. Let me... I need to get you like a second number. Son. What's your Instagram? You got Facebook?
No, I don't.
Look at these hundreds. My phone number's been leaked.
You're a little child. Give me a number. I promise you.
Why are you insulting?
I'm not insulting.
You just insulted.
Come on, I'm a little child.
So give me a number. I promise you I'll make it worth it for you.
All right, look, give me your email.
What, is that a bribe?
Oh, give me your email. Give me your email.
732. Give you my number.
All right, Hans. And what was your first name?
Moshe.
We're gonna do some big stuff.
You're afraid, I think.
I don't even know what's going on. Oh man, these guys are next level. I feel like I got dropped off.
Yeah, what in the Jewish mafia, bro? A lot of people don't even know that, like, Jewish people can be mobbed the fuck up. There was the Italian-Jewish Alliance in New York City that essentially, like, built many different industries. But, like, the thought of that is just like, huh?
on an alien planet.
And you might be wondering, what is Hatzolah, and how are they able to blast through red lights like that?
It's like a community watch, but they
even highlight it in The Sopranos, which is pretty much a caricature of American Italian mafioso ties.
They are cops. If you noticed, they had their lights on and they just ran a red light, just like a police officer would do. No uniform. They had the Jewish uniform on, white pants and the curls.
A Jew in a police car is what it looked like, but he's not a police officer, and he's blasting through the lights like he is a cop.
Hatzolah, operating 24/7 with 2 to 4 minute response time. It serves communities globally, regardless of race or religion, often acting as a first responder network. So it's Jewish EMS?
There's a Hatzolah billboard right there, Mike. What is that?
How are they allowed to do that though? Is there a Muslim EMS or a Christian EMS or a Hindu EMS? You could just do that? They have power? What the fuck?
For?
I mean, you're asking me questions. I don't know if I have the answers to why. Because, once again, because there's competing Hatzolah. You have competing groups of these.
Of a non-profit volunteer emergency service?
Yes. It sounds like a business, right?
But literally every organization out here is a tax-exempt 501c3. If you dig through the filing, go on ProPublica.com, you'll be surprised to realize everything basically is a tax-exempt 501c3.
Yes, because it's all through the religions.
What are your concerns? Why are we interviewing you?
So, I think I echo the concerns of many non-religious people in my area. And the biggest concern is how one group of people gets to act that is separate, segregated from everybody else.
And that group being Jews.
Yes, Jews, exactly, yeah, 100%. But you know what, it's in my area, it's Jews. In other areas, like you obviously see the Somalian, right? In Minnesota, there's things that are happening all over the area. But yes, in my particular area, it is Jews. And it's Jews that are expanding their territory.
Okay, so my name is Jenna Galarza.
Goyim advocate, hell yeah.
I've lived in Jackson for approximately 23 years. I want to say it really started affecting me when I had my children. I have twins, they're 20 now. In assimilation perspective, you want to be able to teach your children how to talk to other children and, be part of other cultures. And that was when it really started hitting me.
What? Yeah, they just don't assimilate. There's no expectation for them to assimilate. They're allowed to not assimilate. Turns out you don't have to.
Hit you.
Let's say if I would go to a store which was closer to Lakewood, I'm pushing a double stroller, I have twins, and I noticed that nobody would hold the door open for you. At one point, a door literally got slammed on my twin stroller, and I was just like, whoa. At that point, there wasn't a lot of Orthodox living in Jackson, but they were coming to our parks a lot. And they would come to the parks, busloads, vans full.
Everyone else should assimilate except us.
And the park would just get turned upside down. I mean, we're talking about diapers
Jewish mafia running New York pushed the Italians out.
Being changed anywhere and being thrown on the floor. We're talking about children literally urinating.
Turns out you could just immigrate en masse and carve out your own tax-free civilization here.
In public. And absolutely not interacting with your children. So listen, at that time, if it was a minion, there was 10 men, not a big deal. But then you started to notice that it was no longer just 10 people. It was 20 people and 30 people. Just completely changing the feel, the character.
This is like a hyper-specific Phil-ism. But I speak for all the goys when I say this. And this happens with other people as well. But you ever out in public in America and there's people that don't understand proprioception and distance and how to navigate public spaces? So everyone just is kind of like this NPC on these set paths. That really bothers me. Because it fucks with the wiring of my brain.
The comfort that you once had in your neighborhood is no longer there.
And another source of conflict is the Jew.
Like everyone's kind of like baseline antsy and a bit scared, like skittish. I feel like if I were to like make one sudden move, like 4 people would have a heart attack. Like grocery stores, public transit, this shit is, it's impossible to navigate.
Jewish community using residential homes as places of worship, often without approval from the Jackson Planning Board, bringing in tons of outside traffic and destroying the peaceful quality.
Does it grind my gears? 100%.
Of the neighborhood.
We can have even where if you work in an office and there's 10 Jewish men there, you can just take a conference room for 10 minutes. We don't need like a formal like church. I've prayed in parking lots with, we're going somewhere and there's get other guys together. And,
But if you're living in a residential neighborhood and this house becomes like a revolving door of people coming in and praying constantly, parking their cars, I imagine there's some quality of life concerns, right? Increase in traffic and the streets being covered with cars and people all over the place, or what?
I don't think that that's what really happened, but maybe on like the Sabbath. But you'll have any Semites will probably say that because they don't like us. They don't want us.
This home used to be probably about 1,100 square feet.
You think there's Jewish construction companies?
It does have a new owner.
Okay.
Apparently, they did get permits.
That was a rhetorical question.
To expand on their house. Most of the permits are just, kind of just given. Nothing is really followed through.
Okay.
This home will be being used for a full-out temple.
Temple.
Yeah. Well, that means that they're going to be praying in this home several times.
You guys don't understand how much it pisses me off when religious gatherings eventually end up in suburban backyards. Like, I'm pretty sure that is illegal. Like, you can't hold mass or a religious service at a place of residence. Bro. And I only bring this up because I swear to God I'm living next to a fucking cult. It was Memorial Day weekend. I'm chilling in the backyard. Got this nice new patio furniture. Got a gas fireplace, feet up. Beautiful sunny day. All of a sudden, I hear evangelical Spanish chanting, and I peer over and see about 60 to 70 Spanish, essentially nuns, but they were dressed in like Handmaid's Tale, fucking like bonnets and shit, belting out like hymns. I swear to God, I felt the bald eagle American blood start boiling. I'm over here sipping a beer, trying to enjoy this Memorial Day weekend, and this is what I have to deal with. This is what I have to deal with.
Times a day, probably staying over on Friday nights until Saturdays. As you could
Record it next time? Oh, I did. I did. Do you want me to play it?
see, there's no parking lot here. This is going to affect every person that lives here. And the other problem that I have with this, and that I think should be looked into, is there's definitely funding going to these places.
If I was a concerned neighbor and I said, hey, they're building a temple, what the hell? What might happen next?
You would probably be called an anti-Semite. They will make your life miserable. Nobody wants to live across the street to a synagogue. It is a tactic of getting people to sell their homes, and they will have buyers for them.
And you see this, and then you watch buildings get built before they're approved. They build and ask permission later, and then if they even don't get permission, they sue and they win for permission. So when you have all these things where they're creating hatred, they create the double standard, they create the animosity between two groups. And when I say they, I mean governments and people that buy off politicians to make favorable laws, because a lot of the shit they do is legal because they bought the politicians to make it legal.
Do you think residents in Jackson who do not want Jackson to be majority Jewish?
Let me see if I can find it quick. It's going to take a while to find the thumbnail. Where would this be? It's got to be 2025. Now I feel like a clown. Where's this video, bro? Found it. Now that is about 50 yards away, and I'm inside recording that. There's a pane of glass in front of me.
Or to look, feel, and sound like Lakewood. Do you think that is anti-Semitic?
Well, people have a right to freedom of speech and freedom of their opinion, even if they're going to be bigoted.
Do you think that's bigoted, though, right? Because I imagine you don't want this place to be Islamic.
Only because the radical Islamists want to kill us. Other than that, I have no problem.
And they're radical Jews and they're radical Christians, right?
Which Orthodox Jews are radical Jews that want to hurt people?
Many people could argue there are distinct sects of Judaism that are marginalized.
I don't know.
I'm just saying, you wouldn't want Lakewood to become predominantly Muslim. Radicalism aside, though, right?
Right.
Just like Jackson residents don't want it to be predominantly Jewish.
So I'm cooked. I know I'm cooked. I live next to a cult.
If a Muslim wants to buy a house here and pay way more than what the house would sell outside of our community because of the fact that the prices go up when we come in, they're free to do it. And
yeah, but I just don't think it's bigoted for you to not want it to be predominantly Muslim. Why would you? You're Jewish.
So if I go missing one day, just know that it was probably the cult.
So Jackson Strong is kind of like a unofficial organization that I had started when I saw everything turning.
This is why here at Third Eye Global, I preach radical individualism of the rugged nature. The second too many people get together, the collective IQ lowers. It's impossible to maintain standards. Groupthink takes over. Tribalism wins. Monkeys together, strong. It's cooked.
I just was very vocal on social media, and I decided to organize. Certain people really wanted to get involved. There were a few of us that, we would have letter writing campaigns, making a lot of calls to county officials, local officials, and state officials, trying to find out what ordinances could be created, what we could do to help prevent a full-out turnover. A sign would say, Jackson Strong, don't sell, meaning if a new neighbor moves in next to you, don't run, don't sell. Why would you move? Stay strong, right?
Would they sell?
They would sell because it just got too much. And anytime you would say anything about it, you were anti-Semitic. I mean, there were Facebook pages created just to slander me. You know, they would manipulate pictures of me.
We need more middle-aged white women like her behind this cause because they'll get results. No, they won't. They'll just post on Facebook.
They would put, you know, Russian hats on me, a Hitler mustache. You know, these were things that were even coming out of Israel. At one point, there was a post where, you know, somebody had said that, you know, she needs to have an ice pick in her eye, you know, and something like that. I did go to the prosecutor's office, and my Jackson Strong page was taken down for no good reason at all. It was just taken down. There was a.
I feel like this radicalizes you further, though, right? Like this entrenches your beliefs. If you're trying to just like, yo, can we like, I don't know, maybe not other each other.
Page Rise Up Ocean County, which was a pretty important part of everything that was happening. That page was taken down also. However, it was hijacked. So when our page was taken down, just for stating the facts, when you're bringing out the Kaporis incidents, when they're cutting the necks of the chickens and blood is pouring through the streets, and then you're talking about...
Yeah, nobody really talks about kosher and halal sacrifice. Or what would that be called? Butchering? Slaughter. That's the word. They don't stun the animals, which is the more humane, recommended, even enforced way to do it, although it's not enforced because there's probably religious exemptions. So you slice the neck of the animal and let it bleed out as it withers in pain and slowly goes unconscious, as opposed to numbing all of its senses via stun gun.
About that, and you're posting videos, and all of a sudden your Facebook page gets taken down, only to be replaced with a complete anti-Goyim harassment page. And you could report that page over and over, and you could have a campaign of people reporting that page, yet that page remained up.
Do you want Lakewood to be predominantly Muslim? Just you personally?
No.
And why?
Because it's a...
Let's say they don't want to kill you.
I'm fine with people moving in, but to have Jewish schools, we have to have a critical mass of Jews here to support Jewish schools. To have kosher grocery stores, supermarkets, we have to have a critical mass of...
But it's like, even that, the way they frame that, right? Jewish schools, Jewish grocery stores. Everyone else is expected to open their arms and be hospitable.
Orthodox Jews here to support kosher supermarkets. By the way,
so using that logic, why would anyone in Jackson want Jackson to have more and more Jews move? If you're arguing there needs to be a critical
mass. So you're telling me I could start my own ethno-religion called philanthropy? And only if I get critical mass, I could start infiltrating school boards, getting taxpayer money and grants, 5013Cs, whatever the fuck they're called. You know, maybe L. Ron Hubbard and Joseph Smith were actually cracked. Maybe they were just like, yo, fuck this.
How are we infringing on their right, on their ability to do whatever they want?
I'm not saying you are, but why would they want that? Why would it be bigoted?
They don't have to want or not want. If somebody's selling their house to an Orthodox Jew, the Orthodox Jew is allowed to buy the house.
Sure, but I'm talking about the people who are not selling their houses to Orthodox Jews.
Then they have the right to do that.
Of course. But that doesn't make them a bigot to not want it. It doesn't mean they're hateful. It doesn't mean they hate you.
What is it of their lifestyle that we're going to change?
All right, so we could start with the traffic. Infrastructure-wise.
That was a great cut. Editor knows what he's doing.
They're just throwing up these ginormous structures. They tend to have basement apartments also, so they'll rent those out. Right now, there is probably upwards 2,000 to 3,000 homes that have been bought and are just being rented out right now by the Orthodox community, that they will move in when they're ready to move into them. There's been a problem with light pollution. Now we're seeing just LED lights everywhere. You know, there's a lot of issues, and then let's just talk about the thing that breaks my heart more than anything, which is the school system. So what's happening is our Board of Education is going bankrupt. Between the formula and the the state giving all of the money to the poorer communities, which has been proven to not work. We're losing that kind of funding, but we're being depleted from the busing. We are required.
But you guys see how this could be a problem, right? If you take a school board where there's like a democratic vote or whatever, if you have a critical mass of people that believe in one thing over another, that is going to fundamentally shift the entire dynamic of said school and or organization. It's like a lot of people think big politics matter, when in reality we only really feel the echoes of that, right? The government shutdown, nothing fucking changed in my life. What you will feel is local politics really quick. When your kids are in school, when you belong to XYZ organization and shit changes and you don't have a fair chance to voice your opinion or exercise your right to vote on anything.
Required by state law to provide busing to all of the private school students. Why are we paying for busing for schools that are not teaching a standard curriculum? If 80%...
How do you think Minnesota got to how it is now?
90% of their curriculum is religious studies. Why are the taxpayers paying for that busing? And then to add insult to injury, we have recently sold 2 of our schools, and they have been bought by the Orthodox community.
Who are you, Chris?
I am a councilman in Jackson, New Jersey.
And what are we in front of right now?
We're in front of the former Sylvia Rosenauer School. The school was unfortunately shut down due to budget issues in Jackson. It was purchased by a private school.
Okay, so this is a private Jewish-only school right now?
Yes. As the state cuts our funding, we continue spending more and more public money on private schools, and it's kind of creating the perfect storm that's destroying our public education system.
So all of the school systems are completely strained by the influence of the Jewish non-students. They don't
Indeed, the boards allocates funds. This is where corruption happens.
even use the public school system, but yet it costs the public school system a lot of money.
Because we Orthodox Jews, we pay the full school taxes to support the public schools and for busing. And the only thing that we get to use is busing.
You take Jackson Township, their pass-through budget was nothing in like 2017. What pass-through laws are, the federal state laws where it says that the school system has to pay for the busing of private school students. The more people that moved into Jackson, they go to school in Lakewood. So no, Jackson has to bus their kids to Lakewood. Now they don't bus non-Jewish students. They have segregated busing. So you have girls.
Segregated busing, bro. How is this allowed to fly?
Bus, boys bus. It costs the towns millions and millions of dollars, while at the same time, it decreases the enrollment that they have. So when the enrollment decreased, couple that with a really shit school funding formula in New Jersey, the towns spend way more money and they get way less in return.
And now, in a modern day and time, who thinks it's okay to separate boys and girls, not allowing them to be together, not allowing them to go to school together, be on the same bus, and because of a religious practice.
So I went to a gendered high school, all boys. Yeah, it probably explains a lot, huh? And I always had, first of all, I hated high school, but second of all, when you strictly segregate boys and girls, men and women, like I said, groupthink begins to take its roots. And especially during development, right, adolescence, there's a certain decorum and or learned social behavior that is absolutely necessary to go through. So what you essentially have is young boys, say, going to an all-boys school in high school, get plucked from 8th grade, and then they go on to high school. And then, like, their literal worldview is shaped by something that is not reality. And if you don't have the wherewithal to understand that, you go out through your entire life just being essentially inept in many ways.
You're forcing the public to pay extra money for things like that.
We have to send our children to religious schools because of the values that are taught in the secular schools. If there are population changes, schools consolidate. We're not the first place that that's happened, nor the last place.
The Jewish community is extremely racist. Could you imagine if I said that my children could not play with somebody's children because they were black? What a different conversation we would be having. Why is it okay?
We only eat kosher food. If our kids play in a non-religious Jew's home, they might be given non-kosher food to eat. Also, we generally don't have televisions in our home.
I'm running out of patience for these archaic traditions that just it's frustrating.
And don't want to bring the secular values of homosexuality, of
Wait a minute, no. They're cooking? No. That was a joke.
Theft, of cursing, and go on and on. We don't want to bring this into our society. The Orthodox Jews are paying full property tax.
God forbid a young Jew have a Capri Sun or a Go-Gurt.
Which is how the schools are funded.
Yeah, no goy slop.
And we don't get the benefit of the school building, the school teachers. So we have to also pay for our private education. So they're getting our money and we're getting nothing for it.
Your funding is going to go down. You're going to have to make cuts. You're going to have to keep closing schools. They just shut down another big school, which is going to be converted into, might be one of the world's largest yeshivas right here in town. Let's be real. New Jersey State is essentially a criminal organization because everything they do is for some type of special interest, for somebody to benefit somehow.
They take a house, they get that house built for a public mikveh only for Jewish people, right? So they say it's for the public, but it's not. It's just for a select private group of people. The house is now a 501c religious organization.
See, this video is going to ruffle a lot of feathers. Because it's bringing up very important observations that a lot of people are aware of. But you're like not, there's nothing to be done really. Like it's like, we're dealing with concentrated power and ethnocentrism.
So it doesn't pay taxes, so the town loses the tax money. Yep. And then, like in this case, that mikveh was being built before it was even approved, so everyone sees that.
This is going to be a mikvah, which is a religious bathhouse.
Where women get purified.
Correct.
After their periods?
Yes, and it prepares them for their childbearing time.
Where women get purified after their period.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's little things like this. When they get in an area, they put what they need, their special needs. It doesn't benefit the community, anything that they put. It benefits only them.
So this is a house of worship, a shawl. This has been operating now probably for about 6 or 7 years. This is one of the ones that we first realized was non-owner occupied. Now,
I want to go to a period spa. What the hell? That sounds nice.
Meaning?
Meaning that you have a better chance of not having issues if you live in the home and you have prayer, but you know, nobody was living in this home. Okay. You know, generally you should have to get the proper permits and everything, but you know, our town has been very
Oh my God, these women are basically baby making machines, not a actual individual. Dude, welcome to organized religion. Have you been paying attention? Women serve one purpose, and it's pumping out units. Notice they do that in Christianity, they do that in Islam, they do that in Judaism.
accommodating for bad behavior. As you could see, they did install a light for them here, so they could safely pull in and out and cross the street.
And that's a symptom of the increased traffic into this location, right? A light just for this house.
Correct, just for
What are my beliefs, Phil? I need to know. They're pretty complex. I know that I do not know, which is rare. I don't ascribe to any sort of radical ideology in the sense of a religious context. Now, I was raised Catholic, and I do see a lot of productive, philosophical, and even psychological benefit to traditional Catholicism. But there's a certain level of trad that gets gay really quick for me. And maybe that's because I'm biased. Maybe that's because I'm just a Western man in modernity. I don't know. I wrestle with Christianity as much as I do with other religions. Agnostic? No, I believe in God, and I do believe that Jesus is probably, I'm not going to say probably, is the most sound moral compass ever. I think there's a lot of heroic things about Christ, and I think if people were more Christ-like, this world would probably be a much better place.
This is zone residential.
As I told you, we have to be together for schools, for synagogues, for kosher food. So you're gonna start buying the next block over. That happens to be Jackson and Tom's River. Now it's going into Howell.
I do say Christ is Lord, but like every organized religion, you get concentrated pockets of power, you get corruption. The Vatican is not without its skeletons. I mean, it's pretty much launched Protestantism, but then with Protestantism, you get a weakened authority of the church and papal authority, but then you have to look into, like, should I even be submitting to a pope? That's another human, except they're painted as infallible. I don't know about that. I don't... They've been corrupt as shit.
God, almost all of them stay religious, get married early, and having children, and community is just growing and growing. So in Jackson, they passed regulations against Orthodox Jews. And not only that, they were harassing us. Let me give you an example. We pray 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, and evening. So Jackson, they were very unprofessional, very amateurish. So they had their code enforcement department counting the number of Jews on the street, and they left the emails on their Jackson Township email system. So when litigation ensued, it came out and discovered.
Yeah, maybe I'm just on my way to becoming an ortho bro, and I don't even know it.
So they say, I see 3 men wearing the garb, carrying Bibles, going into this house. And the inspectors would actually go onto the property and peer into the window to see if we were praying.
Okay, so the house was zoned residentially, and it is being used as a house of worship?
No, but you could just...
You know, I read a quote that blew my fucking mind. It was in reference to Shia LaBeouf, because if you guys have... Obviously, Shia LaBeouf is an incredibly flawed person. However, he seems to always capture public opinion in a positive way, no matter what he does. Maybe it's his name, maybe it's his roles, maybe it's his physiognomy. But the quote said, so recently Shia LaBeouf was he was in New Orleans, I believe. He was at a Mardi Gras parade, and he got into like a drunken fight with someone, and then he got bailed out of jail, and he just went on a run the next day, went to church. Like, he's just out there in streets being Shia LaBeouf. And the quote said, "Yes, I am a fornicator and a drunkard, but I am never a heretic." And apparently that comes from a saint, a priest that was martyred, who had multiple children out of wedlock. You can't even have kids if you're a priest back then and today in Catholicism. Was a town drunk, whatever. But when asked if he would deny Christ, they hung him for it, and that's what he said when he died, and he's a saint. I was like, God damn.
Go in there. The guy owns the house. You can just go in there and pray. We do it all the time. Just like, when I have the Super Bowl here, I have a 50 people here.
In contrast to
But
the
the point-
Super
but the
Bowl,
point-
how
but the
often does
point is,
this
I would
congregation happen per year? Is it every week?
Oh no, we pray 3 times a day. Now,
3 times a day versus once a year, though, right? That's an important distinction.
oh, but I'm saying, but every week they get during football season, get people over watching football, and they get 30 people in the house watching football, right? Anybody in America could do that, and they're not cited for a violation.
You don't think they would have been treated the same if it were a mosque or a church?
There are Christian groups, and that they were not harassed like we were.
So you guys were singled out, in your opinion?
Yeah, oh, for sure.
What happened in Jackson? What anti-Semitic laws is he referring to in his opinion?
So it's everybody is reacting in their own way, zoning law-wise, to try to fight what they do. And what that is like buying corner lots that are unbuildable, using the RLUIPA laws to build on them. So what happened was there was a little bit of a rush to stop Lakewood. I would say about 2010-ish, where you saw different towns.
Now, since you asked me about my beliefs, right, I definitely think that there is hypocrisy with the ways in which Christianity is absolutely dogpiled on, if not castrated, compared to these other Abrahamic faiths and or religions. In culture, you're allowed to say whatever you want. In many ways, Nietzsche's right, God is dead. Okay, we live in a post-godless society. But then you have other protected groups that, like, you can't, I mean, granted, the Overton window has shifted, but if you start to criticize other faiths or organized groups, you lose your job, you lose your life, you lose your you lose the risk to, like, the potential of loss is insane. It's disproportionate.
Towns making different zoning laws. Brick did its own little thing, tightened up zoning laws in certain areas, and they did it in a way where it wasn't pointing out one religion. Jackson kind of did it in a way where they did point out one religion, but
what does that mean?
So it's like they tried stopping the shoals in the middle of the houses, but what they did was they worded it and they said things as they were doing. Like the people on the boards were saying stupid shit during the discussion that were anti-Semitic, basically to give them fuel to come in and say, you guys are making anti-Semitic laws. Okay, it wasn't necessarily what they were trying to do, it was how they were trying to do it. Now the council president up there, Mordecai Bernstein, who was a part of it, you have that guy Richie Roberts. They got the DOJ to do an investigation.
Christianity seems to be the only religion you're allowed to criticize. Well, didn't Jesus say, have no fear, for they criticize me first? Something of that effect.
They sued under RLUIPA and they had the DOJ do an investigation into him. They hammered Jackson. So now it's like Jackson is castrated and cannot even fight.
If the world hates you, know that it hated me first. Like, that's insane. See, part of the reason why I'm just biased towards Christianity is you have heaters like that. And it's like, holy shit, this guy face-tanked Rome, the Pharisees, and said, yo, on me.
It anymore because they got told by the federal government and the state government they get to do whatever the hell they want. So now that's why you're seeing the synagogues going up in single family or multiple family, big houses, 800, 900.
Yeah, like this is exactly what I was talking about before. When you have these religious organizations blurring into suburbia and like modern life, it's like, where is the line to be drawn? I don't think you should be able to hold fucking mass in your house.
$1,000 houses. We lost a lawsuit on this property that was too small of a property, unbuildable lot. The people that came out to that meeting made this type of comment. This was deemed anti-Semitic. This is a family neighborhood. We like to keep it a family neighborhood.
If Jesus were to come back today and start preaching again, do you think you'd believe him or think he's just a random hippie cult leader? Well, I mean, it brings up C.S. Lewis's lunatic lord or liar. He either was a crazy schizophrenic man, aka a lunatic, a liar, meaning he was claiming he was the son of God, but he knew that he wasn't, and he was trying to lead a revolt against the Romans, and then Lord, aka he was just God.
Anti-Semitic. This is what the judge, quote, cited as anti-Semitic. Are you going to be renting this house or are you going to be living in it? Anti-Semitic. What type of family would want to live on this type of lot? Anti-Semitic. That's how petty it gets.
Beginning 10 years.
I mean, Maybe I'd get absolutely one shot by an archangel. Maybe I would deny him, and then I'd get, you know, a fucking flaming sword right to the domicile, and then maybe I'd be like Saint Longinus, where I pierce his side, and then his blood or water spills out and cures my eyesight. I don't know. Maybe I would wrestle with an angel.
Years ago,
maybe I'd get swallowed by a whale.
Called you an anti-Semite for outlining all of these points. Were you wrong?
I was right. There are plenty of county roads in Jackson. Nobody's saying that you cannot put your house of worship on those county roads, where you could put a proper parking lot and you could have proper traffic. So why are we dealing with houses of worship within walking distance that could be on main roads? Eruvs are up. Why instead are we putting...
You guys know about the Eruvs? Eruvs are this invisible wire, essentially. It's like fishing wire that connects synagogues and temples, mainly in public spaces, so that on Shabbos you can like walk under the Eruv, because it's connecting your house to the temple. So like there's one that exists. The most famous one is in Manhattan. It's an 18-mile-long symbolic boundary, often utilizing fishing line attached to utility poles, that enables observant Jews to carry items, keys, strollers, books, in public on the Sabbath, effectively extending their private domain. It extends from 126th Street in Harlem down to Battery Park. Now, this is essentially, this is a criticism of Judaism. It's like you're trying to just trick God. I just, the logic falls apart really quick. It's like, nah, you can't catch me because I'm under the ear of. I got my keys, my phone, my wallet on my person, but because I'm under this line, I'm chilling. And then the whole idea of the Shabbos Goy, just like on Shabbos, aka Saturday, or whenever the fuck it is, a Shabbos Goy was a friend or a neighbor that would turn on the lights and cook and help you out because you can't touch electricity or whatever the fuck. It's just like, what are we doing here? There's kosher refrigerators and Shabbos gear, like tactical gear, that basically obfuscates what you're allowed to do. Like it turns into some Looney Tunes ass shit.
Them smack in the middle of residential areas, because it's another way to get people out of there. It's another way to create a complete religious enclave.
And this all begs the question, does the Jewish community living in peace come at a direct cost of the non-Jews also trying to live in peace? Can the two groups get along? I toured a mostly all-Jew neighborhood in Lakewood to understand Jennifer's frustration a bit more and what she sees as Jackson's seemingly unavoidable future.
Where are we at, Jenna?
We are in Westgate, aka Kosher West, aka the Little Tykes Graveyard.
I'm noticing lots of toys on the lawn, car seat that may not be getting used, tons of minivans, many children, many families, full trash cans, abandoned vehicles, a lot going on here.
Correct. This is on the border of Jackson. And unfortunately, I see this as being Jackson's future if we don't get a hold of things.
Let's go for a walk. How large are the families out here?
Again, anywhere from 6 to 12 children.
This is all Orthodox.
Thriving neighborhood.
Jews for the most part?
This is predominantly, probably 99.9% religious.
Could I buy a home here?
I don't believe you could.
Come on, Tyler. That was a rhetorical question. So people will look at this and be like, well, what's the problem? They're keeping to themselves. They got the family values. They seem happy. Because you're not invited. You're not allowed. What sort of midwit-ass take is that? This is not hospitable.
Obviously, legally, according to the Fair Housing Act, it's illegal for them to discriminate against me, but practically speaking, could I buy a home?
No.
Legally, yeah, you could buy a house. Practically, have fun. It's like me trying to search for team doubles matches in Halo 3 on the Master Chief Collection. Technically speaking, I could get to level 50. That could happen. But guess what? There's not enough people on the servers to populate the games. Therefore, I will never get to level 50. It's the same exact thing. That analogy is golden. Yeah, you can move here in an ideal world. But you won't, because you're going to find out real quick that there's powers that be that prevent you from doing so.
Okay. This community is allowed to police themselves. You know, they're allowed to do what they want to do. Rules don't apply. Yeah, the trash cans. We have a problem now in Jackson with rats, which we've never had before. It's definitely a concern. It's a complete religious enclave, yes.
And this bus right here is paid for by a Lakewood taxpayer, correct?
Correct.
We're walking. We're trying to walk. You got to... Yes. Call the cops.
Here, it's...
Like, is that American? Like, that interaction right there. Why are you filming? I have to call the cops. Does that not piss you off? Like,
strict.
Who resorts to that immediately? I don't like what you're doing. I'm telling on you.
About religion, nothing else. All these men going to yeshiva until they're 35 years old, they're not producing college students. They're not producing people that are going to go and benefit the greater good of our society.
As inflammatory as that sounds, I understand what she's saying here. Nothing about the Jewish pipeline is geared towards assimilating towards a shared culture. It is quite literally an us versus them dynamic.
It's sort of an investment in a insulated, one-way economy.
Correct. Without anybody...
Philion, make this your main topic for streaming. Your channel would blow up. No, see, I'm not interested in really blowing up. That attracts the slugs, essentially. I'm also not radical enough to draw in large swaths of people. But my content does seem to one-shot certain people, because I'll say something that may be a bit testy, like, oh, Philion knows ball. But then what they don't listen to, or what they clip out of context, or what is me essentially... you guys know this. When I talk, when I say something... I'll state something, and then I'll literally work backwards as to why I think a certain way. It's almost like I'm using my fucking brain, but since nobody does that on the internet, my dreams of going viral, I've done the whole virality thing.
Contributing.
How are you?
I already blew up.
Oh, we're filming a little documentary. Yeah, for YouTube. Would you like to say hi?
I actually recognize your face.
People be like, yo, Philion, you'd blow up. Bro, I have over 45 videos, over 1 million views. Like, evergreen videos. Nobody does that.
I'm infamous. That's me. Yes. It's good to meet you. How are you?
I actually can't shake hands.
I see.
I'm sorry.
No worries. It's good to meet you. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just walking around talking.
Cool. Well, I hope it's interesting.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Also, like, not everybody's the same. Yeah.
This is true. I'm noticing a strong spectrum here of even orthodoxy, right?
Yeah. Even within the orthodoxy.
So I got to say, very refreshing. Sweet woman.
Yeah.
Said hi. Good luck.
You know, that's the funny
nice.
thing.
Nice. Yeah.
That's the funny thing about it. I mean, a lot of the women are very nice and very welcoming.
Yeah.
And you know, you can have a conversation with them, but at the end of the day, they can't be your friend.
No parking. Look at that.
They don't.
They literally can't be your friend. Can we talk about that for a second? In these communities, you're not allowed to touch women. You're not allowed to interact with them. Like, isn't it essentially like arranged relationships and marriages? What autonomy does a woman have in this community? There's actually, I watched this in 2020. It's called Unorthodox. It's a critically acclaimed 4-episode Netflix miniseries focusing on a young Jewish woman, Esti, who flees her strict Satmar Hasidic community in Brooklyn for a new life in Berlin. Now, sure, it's a Netflix miniseries, but it is fascinating. But I only bring this up because this goes over the struggle of a Hasidic Jewish woman that is raised in the community, her expectations, her autonomy, her freedom, and how she doesn't have any of it.
Want to live amongst us, they don't want to live with us, they just want to live and exist and not have us be part of their lives. I mean, we've had people stand up at our council meeting in Jackson and say, I'm sorry, we cannot let our children play with your children.
For the Orthodox community, the reason that we choose sometimes to live with ourselves is because we are, as a culture, very careful with the influences our children have. My children don't know about, they don't have any access to YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, any of these things. And part of that safety is that after school, all of us as neighbors share those same values and rules and restrictions.
It's about unity, it's about assimilation, it's about, the American culture, and that's what we're losing.
Can the Jews and the Gentiles get along?
Absolutely. We don't have.
You're calling for unity.
Absolutely. I also understand that this is their way of thinking, this is how they are trained, this is how they were brought up.
We're happy for them to stay. We don't push them out. We had a neighbor Wheeler right across the street over one house. We were sorry to see them go. Is it bad that
it's kind of Amish adjacent? In the sense that they are inherently traditional. They don't like outsiders. They follow a strict code of adhering to what they deem moral principles. They can't get along as long as we're referred to as Gentiles. But you know what's fascinating, right? Even if I were to convert to Judaism, I don't think I'm treated as an equal. I'm a convert. Because I'm not ethnically Jewish. So it's like a lose-lose. Like I just can't win. I'm destined to be a goy.
you have a house that's worth $300,000 and someone says, I really want to live in this neighborhood, I'll give you $600,000 for it?
And the Amish just goon on farms, bro. You know, I don't think they really...
I think it's great if you're trying to sell your house.
Okay, and if he doesn't have to. Like this woman, she didn't have to sell her house.
Yeah, I think there's an argument in some instances.
Like, I'm not chosen. I'm cooked.
Of people who have claimed that they've been pressured, harassed, or intimidated to sell their house.
Goy boy for life, dude.
It's not intimidation. It only could be that too many people are knocking on their door asking, do you want to sell your house?
Okay, so, well, there's blockbusting. Okay. You know, that's when they approach you to sell your house, which is a level of harassment. There's intimidation, telling you that, you know, your decorations are not Yiddish, or approaching you and asking you, when are you moving? You know, you could have a child who's 4 or 5 years old, being your neighbor, and you could be very nice to that child, and one day they will just come out and say to you, when are you leaving? Well,
yeah, your decorations aren't Yiddish enough for me. I gotta rip a piss, Chad. I'll be right back. Are you kidding me? Mamma mia. Maron.
That's learned behavior. They're hearing that, right?
There's rows of housing. You saw it yesterday. 4, 5, 6 cars per place. Tight, super tight houses.
The few people that I've spoken to, a lot of it stems from fear and their loss of their way of life, right? I don't think it stems from hatred, from what I've heard.
So some hate it and some feared a change in their in their neighborhood. These people are moving in that don't look like them, that, you know.
What do you call this? Weaponized migration? Like when a group of people comes to your town, makes life uncomfortable for you, and then where you're eventually squeezed out. Is there a term for that? Colonization? I'm being colonized. Gentrification? Diasporification?
Different, and I can understand it, but there are laws about discrimination, and
the liberals call it seeking asylum.
People bought homes legally because the non-Jews that lived there made a lot of money off the Jews in selling.
If the government supports this, what is there to gain from their standpoint? Bro. What do you mean, dude?
The home.
Well, look at, Little Italy.
Yes. I see you know your judo well.
And look at Chinatown and New York, and how come it was okay for them to live amongst themselves? The key there is assimilation. Their children went to public schools. They worked in the public sector. They invited anybody who wanted to come into their community.
Dude, as a white boy, and I only say that because I don't even see color. But for the sake of this argument, I can go to Chinatown right now. I can go to Flushing, and I can eat dim sum. Shit, they'll put me on to the best food, and they'll smile about it.
They provided for them in their community. Huge
In fact, they are happy to let me in.
Difference there. This is not a welcoming community. This is not somebody who's saying, we're going to build this show. Come on in. We want to teach you a little bit about our religion and our beliefs, but we want to involve you in it. And this has been a topic that I have brought up at several council meetings when there have been times when there's been a project or something that they wanted to approve, and we were trying to kind of, bring it to people's attention that this project is not going to benefit the community as a greater good. The Jewish community is extremely racist, and I would go as far to say as the Jackson government should be ashamed of themselves.
Beautiful traffic in Underhill.
Dude, it's always a minivan because they have 50 kids.
What?
Welcome.
Was that
to
a strategic honk?
I think so.
I'm not sure what the strategy there was. Who's he honking at now? Gotta say hi. Hello. Alright, so you're just honking. I'm not sure what the strategy is. How are you? I came down and waved and said hi. We're gonna see how long he's just gonna remain honking. How are you doing? He's gonna break his horn. This guy does have a cheeky sense of humor, which I can appreciate. That honk was promised to him. Zoom in on his face.
Dude, he is not a happy camper.
Yeah,
very funny guy.
I think I'm gonna sue. His kids in there is doing that? What?
Y'all still got snow up there? Dude, we just got blasted with another 2.5 feet.
Man, I think this guy actually might be immensely challenged, so we're gonna give him a break. So listen, we can talk all the niceties we want. There is hostility.
Oh, yeah. But you know what? That's not going to happen walking down our streets.
But as we were trying to escape and rest our ears from the Jews honking at us from all directions, I spotted these dudes tracking us. Turns out I had summoned the Shomrim police. The Jewish...
What? Dude, they have their own Navy SEALs.
community's internal police force that receives both federal funding and township funding.
You just want
This is so fucking crooked, bro.
be interviewed?
No.
Okay, respect. Are we in the heart of Lakewood right now?
What do you know for?
I'm just curious. All right, he's pushing it.
Like, this is the definition of nepotism and corruption. He's getting fucking gang stalked by Mossad's B team, bro.
What's up?
They have their own cops.
You want to do an interview? Okay.
I don't think it was nice how you portrayed the Jewish people and...
Well, what are we talking about? What's the context real quick?
What's the context?
Are we talking about Curious Joel?
Yes. I just don't think it was you were trying to portray. I think you just came into with a more of what you had a picture in your head trying.
What do you think I got wrong? What do you think was misrepresented? Like, I'm just trying to learn. What do you actually think?
Meal Team 6 Kosher Edition. Like, I don't think I have to raise this idea, but you think you guys understand it. The problem with having your own dedicated police force is, i.e., more corruption and nepotism. There's an inherent bias. This reinforces the us versus them tribalism. This is not pro-American in any stretch of the means.
You got it wrong about it.
I just think there was agenda.
You got to elaborate a little bit, though, you know?
What was the front of the YouTube page posted as? What was the...
Inside the New York town invaded by welfare-addicted Jews.
Thank you. You answered the question.
Was I wrong, though?
I actually think it's not true, but again, you'd say whatever you want. It's not welfare addicted. This is what it is.
Welfare reliance, welfare dependent. What would be a better?
Programs don't have it.
All right. What are you arguing? That I have an obligation?
They can't give any solid examples to refute his point. I don't even think they could. Because there's a level of indoctrination here that is not being addressed. If this is all you ever know, and it's all you're ever going to know, because you do not associate with the outside influencers of modernity, how do you expect these people to even form coherent arguments to defend their position when it's just so entrenched in their actual identity and who they are? God, I just absolutely just nail it, like, every time. Like, this is off one cup of coffee, and I'm hitting you with these insights that are preposterously intact.
The taxpayer to fund you and how many kids you want to have. If you want to have 30 kids,
like, these are really correct takes here.
Just how it is.
I'm arguing that if the law is set up to have certain criteria for people, and it's according to children, then people who qualify for it, legally qualify for it,
100%.
with no fraud at all, are entitled to get it.
And you'll give me the credit of acknowledging I never said that was fraudulent.
Yes, that's right.
I think it's exploitative by nature, though. Yeah, why don't you throw all your money at them and help sustain their lifestyle? Why do I have to take a cut of my paycheck to go towards Curious Joel's insulated Hasidic Jewish community that has nothing to do with me? I'll never get anything out of. There's zero upside for them to exist for me.
Anyways, we have the government makes criteria for getting financial aid. And if someone qualifies for that criteria, I'm not sure why when the Jews...
Is birth control haram? Yeah, none of these faiths believe in birth control. That would be borderline satanic.
Does it? You're calling it exploitive or taking advantage, but you don't say that to all the other people and populaces that don't have it.
Well, I've never seen anything of this scale to where...
Dude, I haven't heard a single coherent thought from this guy. Like, I don't even know what purpose he's serving here. He's not running good defense. He's just complaining.
Families are this large, and it's sort of baked into their strategy of child raising.
So are you against having children, having a lot of children?
I'm pro-children. That's great. I think you should be able to afford it. And I want to make an important distinction between the Amish, let's say, and the Hasidic Jews and Curious Joel. You tell me what's the difference.
Oh, there's tons of differences.
Tons of differences. Most importantly, as it relates to finance, though, the Amish pay for themselves. They're self-sustaining. They're not reliant on welfare programs funded by...
Jesus Christ. They need to fucking look smacks. Holy fuck.
The taxpayer.
I think I heard in a video there's, 40,000 people in Curious Joel?
This is why I don't understand, like, the whole trad LARP, right? Like, people that are like, oh my god, like, I'd be Amish. Yeah, really? Yeah? Yeah, knock all your teeth out and throw your toothbrush in the garbage and get back to me.
44,000. and you spoke to 20 people around on the street.
Sure, perhaps an insufficient sample size.
Who obviously are not the ones working, because if they're working, they wouldn't have been on the street, they'd be working.
Sure, but it belies a pretty interesting question, right? How do they afford to raise such large families? How do they afford to study full-time?
First, I have to bifurcate your question. Okay. There's two groups. One is the ones who are learning full-time, and the others are the ones that are working.
That's just like not a job. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is just learning full-time. What are they learning, bro? How is this applicable to everyone else but them? Say you go to college, you become an engineer, an architect. Say you work construction, you're building for, like, a greater good, others, civilization. If you're a theory-maxed bookcell, you don't have a job.
For Hasidim, almost all of them go out to work. However, when they first get married, for the first 2 or 3 years, they'll learn Torah full time. The wife will work. They don't have any children yet, or maybe they have 1 kid or 2 children, and then they'll get help from their family. And if their income qualifies, which it probably does, for financial aid, they'll get financial aid.
Okay, we got this guy following us. We're playing games now. We got the security van rolling on us as we roll on them. We got 1, 2, 3 police. Surely there's no conflict of interest we're about to experience. I wonder what law they're gonna claim I violated. How you doing? My name's
Yeah, what's going on here? Always with the thumbs in the vest. Yeah, what are you guys filming for? Oh, a little documentary? Oh, you can't do that here.
Tyler, how are you?
Josh, man.
Good to meet you, Josh.
What's going on?
I don't know, we're just getting stalked.
Yeah?
Low key, yeah.
We're getting stalked. Yeah? Dude, this guy is straight from New Jersey. This guy rips jet skis on the fucking shore the second the sun comes out.
You look familiar, man.
My name's Tyler Oliveira. We're filming a little YouTube video. That's me, yeah.
Okay. So what are you filming out here?
Documentary on Lakewood, surrounding towns. Am I being detained? Is there a probable cause for this interaction? What's going on?
We just got a concern saying that you're walking up to people, asking them questions, stuff like that.
Oh, the fucking horror, bro. We got a call saying you're walking up to people asking questions. Give me a fucking break. This joke-ass society.
It's America, and that is the First Amendment, right? It's beautiful, and I get you're doing your job.
Call us, we got to come out here, right? See what you guys just doing, like a documentary?
Exactly, just a little documentary. Right now. Hey, how you guys doing? You guys want to say what's up?
What's up? What's up?
Okay, well, let's get... Good to meet you guys. I know you guys got more important things to do, but good to meet you guys. Good to meet
Hell yeah, W Cop.
Thanks for keeping everyone safe. Thank you.
I'm part of Lakewood Charmer, which is public safety.
Yeah.
And we got multiple calls. Same reason why PD got calls.
Okay.
So that's it. We're just gonna follow you around. We're gonna let everybody know that they don't have to talk to you.
With the Shamrim police on our back, it felt like we were being policed.
Fucking mall cops, bro.
By a secondary form of law enforcement that seemed to exclusively defend the interest of the Jewish community. And speaking of
we're just gonna shadow you today, and we're just gonna harass you all day long.
Double standards, let's talk about politics.
I firmly believe that the tactics within this community, I would liken it to organized crime. We have an ultra-Orthodox person as our council president. You know, you can't think that there's not going to be things happening and
the cops didn't tell Tyler he didn't have to talk to them. That's right.
Rules and laws created to make his community stronger and better.
When do you eventually become involved in Jackson politics, let's say? You live in Lakewood, you don't even live in Jackson. Why do you even get involved?
What happened was this act of discrimination against the Orthodox Jews in Jackson was going on for about a year. And
yeah, it's a normal procedure. We follow outsiders all the time.
Had people calling me from Jackson with like anonymous numbers, Orthodox Jews, because they were afraid for their safety. We're generally not violent people. If we have to defend ourselves, we will. And I think a substantial number of people in Lakewood now own guns.
Why?
Why?
They became fearful.
Oh, yes, because the rise of anti-Semitism and the attacks on Jews. After about a year of them calling me, I really couldn't take it anymore. They're suffering.
Why did you topple the government?
I told you
why.
How
did you do it with ease?
Oh, it was not with ease. It was tremendous.
Yeah, the irony. We're not violent people. We're just leveling Gaza. Not him, obviously. It's just
line of work. Agent in Manhattan, trying to get the stories out to the press. And then I met with this political group, like I said, who ran senatorial campaigns. We got the cell phone numbers.
What does my ideal America look like? Probably something similar to Teddy Roosevelt's vision of it. I'd be careful with the idea of ideal, because we're never going to live in an ideal society. And that can get hairy pretty quick. I'll just tell you what I don't like, what I'm not a fan of. I am not a fan of ethnocentric nepotism. I am not a fan of archaic religious tradition in modernity. I am not a fan of hypocrisy. And I am not a fan of people using religion as a shield when it suits them best.
Of all the people in Jackson, and we...
See, the problem with the USA is that it's so cracked. It really is. However, everything is gamifiable. It's like powerlifting, right? The idea of powerlifting is pretty cool, although I think it should be called strength lifting. Because power needs speed and powerlifting's not fast. You got the slow concentric and eccentric motion. I digress. Powerlifting is interesting because if you're a bench presser, and even more so if you're short, right? Arch your back, pin your scapula, really wide grip. Sure, maybe you can bench 405, but your range of motion is nothing. What am I getting at here? Whenever there is a specific codified set of rules, laws, whatever, they're often exploited in such ways that are fair on paper, but the vision of which is not extrapolated until you see and feel the echoes of it in real time. Like, holy shit, they're getting preferential treatment because they own the school board. You see what I'm getting at here? Like, we don't have any auditors running checks and balances to be like, okay, maybe this is being abused. Maybe this is being exploited.
Plan to text. We started a website called familiesforjacksonjustice.org. By the way, I've since abandoned the website. Anti-Semites.
And then we need auditors who will audit the auditors. Like, we need truth.
Get over. It's like when the Republican Club, which was vehemently anti-Semitic and run by the mayor of Jackson, had a U.S. Senate candidate, Republican candidate, there for their meeting. I had spies inside the organization.
That's me right there, bro, the fish. Looking at himself, trying to look smacks, trying to escape. But I don't know that I'm in my own prison.
Non-Jews who were telling me what was going on. So the Republican Club, they had their senatorial candidate about to speak. We then texted to everyone in Jackson.
Holy shit, is that fishy on?
5 minutes before he spoke, here's this new website exposing
I don't even know that I'm wet.
Religious discrimination. I had it populated with all kinds of information, statements. The mayor of Jackson had been voice recorded, not by me, but it was sent to me, where he was asked by the chairman of the Ocean County Republican Party if these were churches, would we be opposing them? He said, absolutely not. It was discrimination against Jews. They were going crazy with all the things I was doing, putting pressure on them. There was fighting going on among the elected political people. Resignations had started. And then I put out the ad on Fox News.
New developments in that deadly attack in New Jersey. Surveillance video shows they clearly targeted that Jewish market.
There's a synagogue located next door.
There is no question that this is a hate crime.
Anti-Semitism is on the rise. And now it's coming from Jackson Township's government. Elected officials in Jackson have passed ordinances targeting Orthodox Jewish families. Exposed township emails show officials surveilling religious Jewish families, praying in their homes. They even took revenge on a decorated veteran who testified against their anti-Semitism. Jackson officials are intimidating Jewish families, and they admit it.
If these were charges, would we be fighting them? Absolutely not.
Shameful. This isn't America.
This is not America.
On the cable network provider for that area. In the meantime, I had
True, but this is more than Jackson. They are putting prayer houses and period cleansing facilities right in the middle of neighborhoods, taking over the school system, all this kind of cray-cray.
Different calls with the White House. I know you want to ask me 1,000 questions. I will answer nothing more than that.
Okay,
Sorry.
why?
Because.
And to be fair, yeah, the mayor's statement
Diabolical zoom in.
It's pretty damning, right? Him saying, "I wouldn't do this." If
Yeah,
the
yeah,
church is
right.
up."
And you
That's
heard
fair.
that. You heard that
Yeah,
on the
I've heard that. That's fair.
on the commercial.
Yeah.
By the way,
It seems discriminatory in
by the way,
nature,
he's one of
yeah.
my best friends now.
Life's long,
Because
yeah.
here's what happened. More Orthodox Jews kept moving in because of the financial and demographic forces I told you about, and we started to become a larger part of the electorate. And he was coming up for re-election as mayor, and he asked someone if he could come here and apologize to me. And he came here and he said when he signed those resolutions, he knew it was a wrong thing to do. But he said he was under so much pressure from all the political types in Jackson and the people who have constituencies, and they were yelling at me. So he just signed it. And he wants to tell me now that he regrets doing it and he's going to work to get rid of those regulations. Then that result.
I don't even know what guy's motive is. Like, I don't even know who this guy is. He was probably introduced to me at some point, but why am I supposed to care?
Was the Orthodox Jewish community embraced him, and we supported.
I feel like Conor McGregor. Who the fuck is this guy? He's just getting airtime for no reason.
And I became the largest donor to his re-election campaign. Wasn't $1 million.
He becomes an ally to the Orthodox Jewish community.
He becomes not bigoted against us.
It's the Jew.
Here we go with the bigotry, bro. Oh my God, it's so easy just to fucking label people. You're a Nazi, you're a bigot, you're an anti-Semite. It's too overpowered. It needs to be patched. It's got to be nerfed.
Jewish vote, this is another form of corruption. Imagine if I said, hey, I'm going to give you this amount of money and you do this. Okay, you can't do that. But if I could say, hey, I'm going to deliver you 50,000 votes that are all going to vote for you. So take Jack Ciattarelli in New Jersey. They were bragging that all of the Vlads got together, all the Jewish Vlads got together, and were voting for Jack Ciattarelli, and they did so with like 97%. That voting bloc doing that now says, like, what they do is they take that and say, hey, we got all these votes.
Yeah, this is the most overpowered tech for local politicians. Just appealing to ethnic religious groups. And like Zoran did it. The guy in Minnesota did it.
And we're going to all vote for you, but what are you going to do for us? And if you don't vote with us, we're going to take all of these votes and we're going to put our support behind somebody else. It's what they tried doing to Chris Pollock. I know, because I spoke to the dude who basically said it. They said it very arrogantly, where it was like, oh, we have 6,500 Jewish votes in Jackson. He is not winning. That's what they said to me.
Yeah, he won.
And he didn't just win, he won by a landslide because a lot of people showed up for him.
Okay. And by people, we're talking non-Jewish voters?
Even Jewish voters. He got over 20% of the Jewish vote, Chris Pollock. Yeah, 100%.
Okay. So the tides are shifting in Jackson, perhaps.
I think there's a group of people that, on both sides, that don't like what...
Are groups of people really that programmable? Bro, were you not paying attention to this entire video? Obviously they are. That's why here at Third Eye Global, it's like an elite institution. We are the peerless scarred. We have no peers. Because we're the golds of the golds of the golds. If you find yourself here at Third Eye Global, kick.com/Philly on, it's just, you see right through this. Yes, people are that programmable.
Certain groups are doing. Remember,
bro's been hibernating. Yeah, hit the hill.
There's a lot of really good Jewish people that look really bad by these actions. The main comment that comes through my feed, no matter what it's about, Jackson, Brick, whatever, this town is finished. It's over. I don't know if you can stop them, and I'm not saying you can, but that doesn't mean you don't fight it. That doesn't mean you don't do what you can to do it. And you had people like Chris Pollock that he said, I'm going to do it the way of politics.
Okay, so Chris, I see these homes being built. Why are the locals so opposed to these houses being built? It seems still pretty peaceful out here. What's going on? What changes have you noticed?
Well, it's becoming rapid changes and rapid development. You're going to be seeing a heavy increase in the population. And I don't know if our town is suited to handle it.
A lost writing of Plato actually says that when you make it out of your cave of your consciousness, it's uploaded into the chat of a Big Phil stream. So true.
Unfortunately, I've heard from several people that some developments only particularly want one group in there. It's people have gone in there and asked, hey, I'm interested in these homes. Some of them have been told it's not for them. What does that mean?
What does that mean?
It seems like it's only for one group in one community. And
who is that group?
It seems like it's only for the Jewish community. I'm going to be honest. But when you create a community, they have some of them that are adding shuls into it, essentially synagogues into it. They're fitting the houses to fit this
period spas. Don't forget those. Still want to go to one. For myself, not
very specific needs of one community. Do you think
when I get my period, my dick,
anybody other than that community is going to move into there?
They technically cannot discriminate against a non-Jew purchasing a home, right?
No, you cannot discriminate
I'm just trying to get purified with the homies.
Against anybody buying a home.
But they could just say, hey, sorry, we sold it to someone else.
Yes,
that's
they can.
legal.
I've heard people say, oh, we'll put you on the waiting list, because that's something that's going on.
LLCs are outbidding people trying to buy single-family homes.
Correct.
But you have a group of people that call themselves God's people. You are a Semite supremacist. You are a white Jewish supremacist because they're classified white. They don't want to live as a community with us. I think... When I say they, again, I don't mean all of them. I think I mean, but I do think I mean the far majority.
Discrimination is very hard to objectively prove. Yeah, but nobody's even trying to prove it. It's just like, who do you go to? I'm being discriminated against.
Majority of them. I think they have their tight-knit community. I think their community lives completely separate than everybody else. They eat differently. They enjoy different things. Yes, we might drink, but everything is set in a different way.
As you ran for city council, did the rabbinical order try to buy you off?
I don't really have any relationship with the rabbis, but I have been taking a meeting with people who said they were liaisons to the rabbis. They went around touting how many votes they controlled. They told me pretty much straight out that they control certain politicians in town, and if I cater to their community, I might have access to the block vote.
Who did they say they control?
They said they control our mayor and our council president.
After a year, I couldn't get it anymore. So I got involved. I hired a...
How are you going to take over an entire community area and then claim oppression? You put yourself there? Dude, stop asking questions, okay, bro?
A political...
Sheesh, cool it with the anti-Semitism.
Campaign group out of Washington, D.C.
Chill with the anti-Semitic remarks.
That does political campaigns for Republican senators. I think they did Ted Cruz. And I wrote a letter to the mayor of Jackson telling him all the things I was going to do if they wouldn't reverse these discriminatory laws. In the meantime, there's another Jewish group called the Aguda that had a lawsuit against Jackson based on RLUIPA. That's the Religious Land Use Institutionalized Persons Act. And it says that the municipality, it's a law, federal law, municipality is not allowed to discriminate based upon religion. And in their lawsuit, then showed all the emails from Jackson, all the things they were doing, conspiring against and executing.
Patreon took down Tyler's page. Are you serious?
To try to make life miserable for Orthodox Jews there.
But you went to work, and what happened next?
I went to Washington. I met with Ronna McDaniel, who was the head of the Republican National Committee. And,
dude, somebody says, you typical dumb fuck. And he responded, oy vey, give a goy a break.
The Speaker of the House at the time was Kevin McCarthy. He was actually in their conference room. So I met with both of them, showed them what was going on. They were shocked.
No, I think there's a lot to learn from the community. That's why I liked what we did yesterday. Their tactics benefit them. They are a solitary mass. They actually are a community. Yeah. You can't deny it. They are not fighting over...
Dude, you're actually right. Tyler Oliveira's Patreon has been removed. Holy fuck.
Trump or Biden. They're not fighting over left or right. They're not fighting over masked or unmasked.
Dude, he just got debanked.
It's antimatter, right? It's like we are everyone in our towns, we're fighting against antimatter. We're not focused on what actually matters. We're not picking each other up. We're not one community. And I'm not talking about communism or any of that shit.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about caring about the person. They hitchhike.
What other world will you see hitchhiking in America in 2026?
Nonstop, yep.
That's a testament to how high trusting they all are.
So there's something to be said about that. And there's a lot, I would love to see our kids playing again off of, getting out on bikes and getting out playing basketball and football and all of those things. I would love to see that. I'd love to see us act a little bit more like that.
We need to fight back against the state. God, we've had large lawsuits against us because they tried to keep out this problem. We've had the Department of Justice come down on us. Billionaires connected to the president involved in all this. What's happening in this little town in Jersey is bigger than people think.
And what's happening here in Jackson, will that become a problem in other small towns?
It's already a problem in all the surrounding towns.
Is the cop gonna go? Okay.
I just want to know what Tyler Oliveira did wrong. What? He didn't even ult. He didn't even blow any cooldowns. Bro kept it cool, calm, and collected the whole time.
Get a shot of the cop. We got the corrupt police pulling us over for what? We'll find out. We may be in a corrupt hellhole.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Double cop car. We're getting pulled over. We got double.
Are you kidding me?
Police, potentially nothing better to do. Let's find out. We weren't speeding. We weren't violating the law from the best of my understanding.
You have your driver's license registration?
What am I being pulled over for?
I'll tell you that soon as you
Is there
give me-
probable cause?
Yes, there is.
What
we got
exactly
a call.
is that?
We got a call on our phones
For
a suspicious person.
What's
with
suspicious
video,
about me?
With video cameras.
There's nothing
in front of a
suspicious
school.
about expressing our First Amendment right.
No,
though.
you're good.
So what am I being pulled over for?
We got a call. Just so you know, you're being audio and visual recorded.
Sure,
okay?
likewise.
As are you, bro. You see this is a Sony A7S III.
So we got a call from dispatch.
Sure.
Saying there's a vehicle.
Okay.
With two
The police officer comes in hot, bro.
men in it, videotaping in front of a school. When we get a call for that, that's our probable cause to stop you because they described your vehicle. So I'm asking you. What's illegal about the fact that we're recording? There's nothing illegal about it.
Sure.
I don't care that you're recording because I'm recording too. I just don't know
all
who
ears.
you are. And I don't. But for my safety, I want you back in the car.
You won't.
Okay. So
Yeah.
back to me talking to you.
You're a Goyim in a Goyim-free zone. You don't understand. You gotta leave.
My name's Tyler, by the way. How are
Jonathan
you?
Basile. Nice to meet you, sir.
Good to meet you, yeah.
I'm stopping you. Could I have your credentials, please?
Do I have an obligation to self-identify right now?
I need you to identify yourself on this stop.
Yeah, no, I totally get where you're coming from.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
filming
it's a
a little
lawful stop
documentary
because
piece.
they described your vehicle to a T.
Totally get it. I'm just trying to figure out if there's actual...
Can I just ask you a question?
Yeah, I can tell you what we're up to if that's...
I just want to know who you are.
Yeah, my name's Tyler.
Oh, very good. My name is
Yeah.
Jonathan. Like, explain that
Yeah,
to
good
you.
to meet you.
I stopped you.
Totally get it. Yeah, we're just talking about the changes in the town
Yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah.
We went to that school specifically
Okay,
because
but
it's shut
yeah,
down.
it's
or-
very. You see what I'm saying? Like when you
To-
have a camera
Well, sure.
in front of a school with kids. I
I
mean,
can
if my
understand.
kids go to that school,
Sure.
I wouldn't want my kids to be video recorded.
Sure, we
purposes,
didn't enter the school. We were on the
confidentiality.
sidewalk,
It
basically,
doesn't
yeah.
matter if.
Right when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
If you're in a certain distance of a school,
Okay.
by yourself.
All right, sure. You can have it.
And just do me a favor, keep your hands on the steering wheel when you do so. Thank you so
Hands
much.
on the steering wheel.
Yeah, I just don't know what's in the car. Like I said, I don't know
Come
who you are.
on.
I don't know who you are.
That seems a little extra.
No, that's how
That's
I am.
definitely extra, but you can have it. There you go.
That's most certainly extra.
So much. I'm not saying I'm giving you a ticket or
Sure.
anything like that. I'm just identifying.
Well, you know, officer, your kids aren't allowed at that school. I know, go figure. That's the funny thing.
Badge, man. Yeah, do your thing.
No, it has nothing to do with having a badge or anything like that.
Then.
Stay near the car, okay? Don't come near us.
Is this slightly excessive?
It's absolutely excessive.
Seems like a bully tactic.
Run around.
Yeah, well, I don't know who placed that phone call.
How you doing, man? Hey, what's up? How are you?
How we doing?
Doing good, getting pulled over. You know what we're up against? Small town police department, small town politics, lots of money. All right, so apparently the reason why these cops came out of thin air is because who just got called?
Well, we're going to find out. The council president just called me.
So who is Morty Bernstein?
He is...
Bro. He got the fucking call.
The council president...
Shut it down.
Jackson, New Jersey, and the most powerful man in the town.
Does he have the police in his pocket?
I don't think he has the police in his pocket at all, but the man does have an incredible amount of power. He's involved in political action committees with very rich and powerful developers, a lot of political connections.
Who are we messing with here right now, Chris? Was this a mistake? Is this video a mistake, man?
I'm going to be honest, the powers out here are pretty immense. Like I said, it goes up. You have billionaires from Lakewood being involved.
Dude, local power is almost scarier than big power. Because people are... Like, there's less bureaucracy. Which means more bullshit can go on.
Going on in Jackson.
It's like impossible to stop.
People connected to the President of the United States.
If we zoom out, where does this all end?
Right now, it's gone to every town on the outskirts of Lakewood. They're buying up everything. Even if they're not occupying things, things are being bought up. I always say it's a real life game of Monopoly. So it's gone into Brick, and it's gone into Howell, and it's gone into Jackson and Toms River. Now it's going into Manchester. There are large portions of property being bought in South Jersey. We cannot keep up with this.
How do you combat a group of people chosen by God practicing rampant ethno-nepotism?
Here's a problem, bro. One Jewish dude in Manchester said to me this: you guys will never come together because you have no shared sense of purpose. And that hit me because he was fucking right. Jews have a shared sense of purpose in what their outcome's going to be. And that's to expand the religion, that's expand their people. We don't have a shared sense of purpose. We're too busy arguing with each other. We're too busy talking Trump. We're too busy yelling about ICE. We're too busy focusing on Epstein's list. We don't have a shared sense of what is America and what are we trying to accomplish together. Americans don't have a shared sense of purpose about America. Jews have a shared sense of purpose.
I feel like Americans used to. I feel like that's lost now.
What their outcome's going to be. The only
I mean, that's to be American meant to assimilate.
way that you're going to stop it, and the only way you can fight back about it, is by getting people that have a shared sense of purpose in the numbers that matter. Getting enough people with their eyes open to say, holy shit, something has to be done here. You have to get rid of the RLUIPA laws. I don't think it's ever been challenged by the Supreme Court. It has to be taken to the Supreme Court. I think it violates the Constitution. You have to fight fire with bigger fire. And the sad part about it is they have the biggest fires.
So, Tyler Oliveira just got debanked from Patreon. His page no longer exists. They just cut off any sort of fan funding. He didn't say anything that was inflammatory or controversial. He pretty much got gang stalked and little broed by local power. This video served its purpose because he didn't have to say anything. We just watched what just happened. Yeah, I need to hit these meatballs, bro. I need to hit these fucking meatballs. Some spaghetti. How you doing? Mmm. 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 Yeah. His Patreon got taken down, bro. I'm not even Sicilian. My family's distant. I mean, I guess it would be great-grandparents from Naples. Napolitan.
And I had some expectation. I didn't vote, so I didn't have very high expectations that Trump might actually use our military and security and police power to restore order in America, in Chicago, in LA, in Minneapolis, in New York. And not just the law and order and the public transit, but also on the immigration front. You know, that we would actually have a country. But year in, we don't have it. At the same time, and this is really the gut punch, at the same time that we are being told by our America First president, no, we can't restore order in Chicago, too complicated. We can't restore order in Minneapolis. The protesters are too fierce. We have half of the fucking military.
The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Congress created the Department of Justice. Congress funds the Department of Justice, and Congress is responsible for the oversight of the Department of Justice. When will we see justice? I'll tell you what I've not seen. I've not seen any arrests from the revelations in the Epstein files, over 3 million documents describing horrible things, describing unspeakable things, so much of it redacted. Over 24 people have resigned, CEOs, members of government worldwide, but I haven't seen any arrests or investigations here in the United States from this Department of Justice. Prince Andrew, Duke of York, who has since been stripped of his royalty, his royal titles due to his affiliation with Jeffrey Epstein, has been arrested. Peter Mandelson, who previously served as UK's ambassador to the United States, resigned in disgrace from United Kingdom's House of Lords and the Labour Party, and he's been arrested. Former Prime Minister of Norway, Torbjorn Jagland, has been charged. But we don't see any charges, arrests, or investigations in the United States. What do we see? We see our FBI director celebrating in the locker room at the Olympics overseas. It's fine to be proud of this country, but we should be proud of this country because we have a system of justice that works, and yet we do not. Who are the men that should be investigated? I'll name them right here. Leon Black. You don't even...
I don't mean to hark on this because many Jews will take this as targeting them, but I have to fight for my own interests. And the simple reality is that if I made a white, racially conscious EMS service, then had you pay for it as a 501, not only would it be illegal, but everyone involved would be ostracized and attacked.
It's like a community watch, but they think they are cops. If you notice, they had their lights on and they just ran a red light, just like a police officer would do. No uniform. They had the Jewish uniform on, sure. White pants and the curls.
Jew in a police car is what it
That's insane, dude.
looked like, but he's not a police officer, and he's blasting through the lights like he is a cop. There's a Hatzolah billboard right there, Mike. And what is that for?
I mean, you're asking me questions. I don't know if I have the answers to why. Because, once again, because there's competing...
Have to see past the redacted...
I already watched the hazing video.
...actions to see that this man needs to be investigated. Jess Staley, accused of terrible things. It's right there in the files. Why is he not being investigated? And Leslie Wexner, why did the FBI list him as a co-conspirator in their own documents in a child sex trafficking case, and then tell him, according to him, that they had no questions for him? Why is that? Well, the Epstein Files Transparency Act requires the DOJ and the FBI to disclose to us their internal memos and emails about how they made those decisions, whether to prosecute or not prosecute. Yet they have not delivered those memos. And we still don't have the memos and documents and emails from 2008 to explain why
Yo, this is a huge fucking never-ending bowl of pasta. Holy shit.
Jeffrey Epstein was given such a light sentence in what would have been an open and shut case of child sex trafficking, which allowed him to go back and recommit these...
Dude, I feel like such a bitch when I don't finish my food. I have to finish it. I have to finish it. I can't not finish my food. What am I going to bring a plate upstairs and waste it? No way. It's going in my stomach. Mary Poppins ass bowl of spaghetti, bro. This needs to be deleted.
Terrible crimes, create hundreds of more victims, and ensnare so many other people in his conspiracy. Where are those documents that describe those decisions? We need justice. We want the Department of Justice to get to work, and that's what they need to do now. Madam Speaker, I rise today to let the American people know that this government is under siege. All three branches of this government is under siege by lobbyists and lawyers from a German company named Bayer. They spent over $9 million lobbying the executive branch and the legislative branch so that they don't have to be lobbied.
Holy buckets. All right. Another video. The great Moolok sacrifice of 1914. Joe, you want to watch this? Joe, you want to watch this, bro?
He's so desperate, he has to literally make shit up. I'm not going to go into depth about what he's talking about.
If somebody's lying about you deliberately, on purpose, you know what you would do? You would sue them. And so if you think I'm a liar, let's see me in court.
Holy shit. All right. I want to do this, but I got to eat my food, bro. Never-ending bowl. Holy buckets. All right. No more eating. I got spaghetti sauce in my hoodie. Don't tell me that, dude. I probably did. Dude, Did I get spaghetti sauce on my fucking... No, it's a reflection. Jay, what are the odds I get into a fucking food coma for eating like a pound of pasta during this video? What are the odds, chat? Pretty high. I gotta lock in before it fucking hits. Kalshi has me at 75%. Sheesh. The Great Moolok Sacrifice of 1914. We got a new drop by Simulated Leviathan. One of my new favorite creators on this platform.
Who controls the world today? Who rules the world? Who's really in power right now? I can tell that some of you are probably shouting some things at the screen as I'm saying this. And I just want to say, cool it with the anti-Semitism, guys. Cool it with... But seriously, what if I told you that the world was taken over in 1914? Not only that, 1914 was a pre-selected date, a prophesied date for this to happen. A quick history lesson for you. In 1914, World War I broke out. And as a result of World War I, we also had World War II. If you found out that both of...
Everyone forgets about World War I, though. Because right now, we live in a post-World War II society. Sit on that one. Marinate on that thought.
These great wars were pre-planned events in order to consolidate money and power to a small group of occultist elites. How do you feel about that? But it gets worse. What if I also told you that these wars were holocausts? Do you know what the meaning of the word Holocaust is? It comes from the Greek etymology of holos kostos.
You know, I never learned about the Holodomor. You guys know about that one? The Holodomor was the Ukrainian famine that killed millions of Ukrainians. This happened right before World War II. Around 3.5 to 5 million in death toll. Soviet and Western denial and downplay. In the Soviet Union, any discussion of the famine was banned entirely. Maybe that's why it was memory hold.
Holocaustum, which means a burnt offering, a sacrifice to the gods. And what a great sacrifice it was. Close to 100 million people died in both wars. That was a great sacrifice. That was a great evil. Because what else? What if I told you that this group of occultist elites also believe that you must commit a great evil, a great sin in order to ascend? Sounds pretty crazy, right?
In O9A, or Order of the Nine Angles, satanic cult that was essentially infiltrated by intelligence, they believe in the same thing. Committing evil equals transformation. And they would take on insight roles, essentially becoming a cop, joining the military, or taking on a profession or career so that you can gain the knowledge of how to operate in a skillful manner to then apply to your evil doings.
But we'll get into it's a bit heavy, right? But let's go there.
Not gonna lie, his shirt is fire. That might be the best joke of all time.
Before we talk about how the world was taken over in 1914, did you know there was a few groups of people before 1914 saying that that year would mark the year of a great change in human history? It would be a turning point in human history.
One of my favorite aspects of this man's channel is the repeating electronic music that he adds as a track. And I don't hear it, and it's really going to bother me if it doesn't come on, because it's the most fire beat ever.
It would be a year where we would see a great shift in power. There was a few groups saying this. These crazy Victorians were saying this. For example, the Jehovah's Witnesses. At the time, they were called the Russellites. I think they were named after Charles Taze Russell. Now, the Jehovah's Witnesses said that 1914 would be the year that ends the Gentile times. That would be the year that the Gentile days cease. And from then on forward, we would be in the non-Gentile age. Now, what does the word Gentile mean? Well, I'll let you Google that yourself in your own time, okay? Because, look, they said that, not me.
Uh-oh.
That's all I'm saying. But that's what they were saying. But those other groups... For
Chad, is this real?
For example, the British Israelites. Have you heard of the British Israelites? I've got some news...
I haven't. I've only heard of the Black Israelites.
For you. I've got some news for you. I am one of God's chosen people. Yes, the British are God's chosen people. We are one of the lost 10 tribes of Israel. Your tea was promised to me 3,000 years ago. Your spices were promised to me 3,000 years ago. Am I going to use those spices in my food? God, no, I'm British, but I'll take them anyway. I'll take them anyway. They were promised to me. Now, actually, according to the British Israelites, I do not count as one of God's chosen people because I'm Welsh-Irish, so I'm like a Celt. It's only the Anglo-Saxons, I believe. But it wasn't just them. In the late 1800s and early 1900s, the Victorians, they were obsessed with Egypt and the pyramids. So there were these pyramidologists.
Half of the shit that he says sounds actually schizophrenic, not internet schizo, so I feel like he's 5 years out from being proven right.
That also believed that 1914 was going to be a special year. See, some of these pyramidologists believed that the pyramids were divine creations, that they were created by something or inspired by something non-human. Some of them believe...
Is this where the whole alien Egypt sphere of culture comes from?
The pyramids were created before Noah's flood. We'll talk more about that later. But how did they get to this number, 1914? Well, first of all, not only were the pyramids divine, but also the British imperial inch.
I don't even like the pyramids, but everyone soy faces at them. Oh, dude, what do you think about the pyramids? Oh, the aliens, how'd they build them, bro? I don't know, slaves? Like, it's not important, bro. I don't care about the pyramids.
Was a divine measurement. That's what they believed. Yes. So what they did is they went to the Great Pyramid of Giza and they measured the tunnel that goes down in inches. And they came to the number 1912, 1,912 inches. They didn't like that number. So what they did is they created a whole new measurement called...
Yeah, it's not 1914.
The pyramid inch, which is just a little bit longer, and then they got the number 1914.
Are you serious? How big is my dick in pyramid inches? The pyramid inch is a pseudo-scientific unit of measure, approximately 1.0011 British inches, proposed by 19th century pyramidologists, notably Charles Piazzi Smith.
They preferred that number. That was a much better number. And that aligned with astrological stuff. Because not only was it the pyramidologists, the Jehovah's Witnesses...
Dude, he's actually right. Like, this is a thing. What the fuck?
British Israelites. It was also astrologists. They also believed that 1914 was going to be something special. That's interesting, isn't it? That's interesting. But around this time, in the early 1900s, there was someone else that was obsessed with the pyramids and believed that they were something special. At the time, he was called...
Aleister Crowley.
The most evil man alive. The godfather of occultism. Aleister Crowley. We're outside. Yes, this is not a green screen. Behind me is Tredegar House. Now, in the early 1900s, Evan Morgans would host bisexual orgies here. He was like the P. Diddy of his time. Well, actually, I cannot confirm whether that's true. I don't know about these bisexual orgies, but...
No. You gotta measure it in pyramid inches, babe.
Would host very interesting parties, shall we say, for notable people like Aldous Huxley, H.G. Wells would come here, and also Aleister Crowley would come here. And that's why I think this is a great place to talk about Aleister Crowley for a moment. Now, Aleister Crowley, he would conduct dark magic seances here.
Magic with a K. That was his trademark.
But where did he get this knowledge? Well, apparently, hear me out on this one, right? In 1904, Aleister Crowley, he went to Egypt on his honeymoon with his wife. Yes, he went to Cairo on his honeymoon. Very cute, right? But while he was there, he was contacted by the ancient Egyptian god Horus. Yes, Horus sent his messenger, Iowas, to Aleister Crowley.
Is that actually Yaqub?
And he told him that from 1904 onwards, we are now living in the Aeon of Horus. We are living in the age of Horus. So not only are we living in the
Do you guys know about Crowley's Aeons? This aeon emphasizes self-realization, individualism, and the pursuit of one's true will, symbolized by the child god Horus, representing the new beginnings of potential growth, spiritual awakening, and personal freedom.
Gentile age from 1914 onwards, we are also living in the fucking age of Horus, right?
Yeah, you're not doing professionally, are you?
Just for YouTube.
Just for YouTube?
Yeah. Well, I'm doing a video about Aleister Crowley. You know Aleister Crowley?
Oh, God.
Yeah. He used to hold seances here, right?
He got fucking kicked out.
Okay, I'm not allowed to record on those grounds without prior permission. So we're back in the studio, okay? That didn't work out. See, Aleister Crowley was an extremely connected...
I told you, magic with a K.
Well-connected person. Wealthy and prominent people, influential people would come to him for guidance on things. And he also was closely connected to Evangeline Adams. Now, do you know who Evangeline Adams is?
I don't.
Evangeline Adams was probably the most prominent astrologer of the time. She was the most famous astrologer in the early 1900s. Extremely wealthy people would come to her for guidance, including the bankers like J.P. Morgan. Apparently, J.P. Morgan would not make a decision without counseling her first, without coming to her.
That's a fellow Long Islander right there. J.P. Morgan got shot in the dick and then wrestled a transgender German psychopath who tried to kill him. True story, by the way. And he also hated getting photographed because his nose was all fucked up.
First. That's strange. We'll get into that in a moment. But how did Evangeline Adams become so famous and so prominent within New York amongst these wealthy elite? Well, she made a few predictions that came true. For example, she said that the Windsor Hotel would burn up in a fire. And guess what happened? It burnt up in a fire. That's interesting, right?
Odd.
Here's the big one. In 1913, she said in 1914, the next year, there would be the greatest war in human history. That's what she said. She predicted World War I the year before.
They might have shot my cock, but they forgot my massive balls.
It's kind of strange, right?
I swear to God, you looked that story up, by the way.
Kind of weird. How did she make this prediction? Well, she said that Saturn was crossing Mars with Pluto in the background or some bullshit like that. She said, oh yeah, that means that there's going to be a great war. She said something along those lines. But it is funky. But here's where things get strange, in my opinion. Something else that happened in 1914 was that Evangeline Adams...
She kind of looks like a man.
...was arrested. She was going to go to prison for fortune-telling. Fortune-telling was illegal in the United States at the time. But during the court case, she went up to the judge.
Dude, he's still right. An American astrologer based in New York City, she ran a thriving astrological consulting business. And she gained widespread notability for successfully defending her astrological practice in court. Her May 1914 trial was particularly notable due to the judge's acquittal of all wrongdoing by Adams in praise of her skill, after she gave him an astrology reading describing the character of his son from his birth data. She would predict the stock market, but she had no knowledge of economics, and her predictions were always fuzzy. Foretelling disaster, but not specific disasters, and telling the market would go up, in fact, when the country was in a period of remarkable growth in the stock market. She was like the OG psychic.
And she did a reading, an astrological reading for him. And she accurately described how his son drowned to death. And the judge was so impressed that he just dropped all charges and let her go. He says, she's amazing, let her go. Now, when you think about this story, you can also think about it another way. Imagine if I was being...
Epstein also had an astrologist. Well, there's a funny quote. millionaires don't believe in astrology, but billionaires do. And I looked into this, and if you don't immediately grasp it, let me break it down to you. How could you believe in astrology, Philion? You see, once you get to a certain level of status or a position of power, sometimes their way of coping with that existence is through abstractions rather than logic. So they start trusting instinct and synchronicities of the universe rather than pure logic. That's why a lot of billionaires are eccentric as fuck, or at least they're portrayed as such.
Arrested or going to prison for something. And I went up to the judge and I whispered in his ear, "Remember when your son drowned to death?" And then he went, "Drop the charges." You know, you could read it that way. Think about Evangeline Adams. She was well connected to all the wealthy people in New York. And I'm sure some of these people did not want her to go to prison. Who knows? I'm just saying. It sounds a bit strange, but it gets even stranger. This gets crazy. Evangeline Adams predicted World War I before it even began. She said it would begin in 1914. But consider this. She was connected to the elite of New York City, including J.P. Morgan himself. They would be coming to her for advice.
If you were rich, wouldn't you hire an astrology buddy? Please. 100%. Talk to me about Saturn.
But at the same time, she would be learning confidential information from them. They would be telling her all their plans. So, if they did have a plan, if there was a plan in place to begin World War I in 1914, she would know about it.
In November 1910, Senator Nelson Aldrich and 55 leading U.S. bankers held a secret 10-day conference at the Jekyll Island Club in Georgia to draft legislation for a central banking system. Disguised as a duck hunting trip, this clandestine meeting resulted in the Aldrich Plan, which later formed the foundation of the Federal Reserve System.
She would know about it. So maybe her prediction of this Great War wasn't so much of a prediction, she just knew it was going to happen.
Before 1914, European bankers and financial institutions directly enabled the pre-war arms race by financing massive increases in military spending and providing loans for warship construction, particularly during the Anglo-German naval rivalry. Major banks and financiers supported government borrowing, while the interconnectedness of global fueled rather than restricted the weapons, including something-class ships prior to the First World War.
She just knew about it. It's kind of weird to think about, right? And earlier on, when I said that Aleister Crowley was connected to Evangeline Adams, I wasn't making that up. Aleister Crowley wrote her books. He was her ghostwriter. Evangeline Adams, in her autobiography, she said that she taught Aleister Crowley everything he knows about astrology. They were well connected. But it gets even wilder because they were both potentially part of an intelligence network. They were like secret...
I was about to say, to my knowledge, I believe Aleister Crowley was intelligence.
Agents. And if you think about it, they are perfect. They could infiltrate elite circles and gain information about anyone. They were perfect for the job. It's crazy to think about. There's a book called Secret Agent 666, which goes into detail about how Aleister Crowley was connected.
Aleister Crowley was friends with L. Ron. I wouldn't be surprised if L. Ron Hubbard was intelligence.
It's the British Intelligence Network. Aleister Crowley himself said, "I am part of the British Intelligence Network. I worked for the government."
Crowley tried to make his own astrology and it failed. Are you talking about Thelema? Or is that something different?
I work for the bankers. That's wild. Aleister Crowley was the Jeffrey Epstein of his time. Evangeline Adams, she was the Ghislaine Maxwell of her time.
He's right. He was a gooner, but without the, I guess, island. I have trouble kind of like explaining this to normies about like whenever they ask me what I think about, all my friends are tapped in, so it doesn't really matter. But if not more tapped in than I am. But if I am posed with the question, what do I think of Epstein, etc., like, we must establish that there are intelligence ties off the rip. Essentially a free agent concierge acting in his own self-interest. He doesn't work for intelligence. Intelligence works for them. These are the people with the leverage. Jeffrey Epstein had the information. Ghislaine Maxwell had the information and blackmail on the politicians. They were the ones whose hands were dirty. Intelligence needs that. They have the leverage.
I shouldn't actually like them. Them two are very different people. Sorry, I'm sorry, Evangeline Adams. I shouldn't have said that. That was a really mean thing to say. But isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting?
As opposed to the contrary, oh, he works for Mossad. He works for CIA. Maybe as like a broker of information, yeah. But he's not going to fucking MI6 headquarters like James Bond. That's not happening.
I mean, the book, Secret Agent 666, implies that actually, Aleister Crowley could have been connected to the sinking of the Lusitania ship, which brought America into World War I, which saved the bankers from bankruptcy. They needed the Allies to win. That's wild. That's a conspiracy theory. That's just a theory. I didn't say that, right? But going back to Jeffrey Epstein for just a moment, because he comes back into this actually slightly, because Jeffrey Epstein, in his emails, he said some stuff that's kind of relevant to what we're talking about. Like in one email to Peter Thiel, he said, I represent the Rothschilds. I represent the Rothschild banking dynasty. Also, in some emails, he mentions the Titanic. This is a good time to talk about J.P. Morgan.
Casual conversations. Yeah, I represent the most powerful family ever. Yeah, you think he was trolling?
So who was J.P. Morgan? Well, J.P. Morgan was a very ugly man. Yes, he was a very, very ugly man. He had like this growth on his nose or nose growth thing. I forgot what they call it, like rhino growth, or whatever. Yes.
Rhino rosacea, I believe.
Disgusting, fucked up face he had, a fucked up nose.
Hackfresser! Hackfresser!
And the physiognomy checks out. He's both ugly on the outside and ugly on the inside. See, he was a bulldog of a figure, a very ruthless character. And he basically, him and his family, the Morgan...
Yeah, rhinophyma. It's a severe subtype 3 form of rosacea causing a bulbous red and bumpy nose due to thickened skin and enlarged oil glands. Often resulting from chronic, unrelated rosacea. Untreated rosacea.
Estate. They controlled America's money in one way or another. Him and his friends, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the Warburgs, DuPonts maybe, I don't know, a few others. They all controlled the money of America, right? But there was a problem. See, in Europe...
My German is amazing. I appreciate you, bro. That means a lot coming from you.
These kind of bankers, they issued the money. So they really controlled the money. See, in Europe, the Bank of England, France and Germany and a few others, their money was issued by these private bankers. They run the money. They actually printed and controlled the money. But this wasn't the case in America. Although these guys had basically a lot of power over the money in America, they still didn't issue the money, which means that is a form of power that they did not have yet. And they wanted it. See, the Rothschilds quote, there's a famous Rothschilds quote about the centralized banking system of Europe. He said something along the lines of, give me control of a nation's money.
Permit me to issue and control the money of a nation, and I care not who makes its laws. Sick. Cool, dude.
And I care not for who writes its laws. Basically, he doesn't care who the king is. He doesn't care who the president is. He doesn't care who the prime minister is of a country or who writes its laws. He doesn't care about any government. If he issues the money, if he prints the money, then he controls the money and he is the king. They are the kings. This cabal of bankers, they are.
Kind of goes hard. Because he's right. What do I care who makes the laws when I fucking own them? I'm Big Daddy. I got the money.
The kings. But of course, this wasn't the case in America yet. It was still relatively free. And the American public and most of its rich people, most of the rich, wealthy people in America, they didn't want a centralized banking system. They didn't want this in place. There was a great deal of opposition towards this. But luckily for JP Morgan and his friends, this became less of an issue in 1912. See, what happened in 1912? Well, three of the main opposers of the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, three of the main opposers of a central banking system within America, they were on the Titanic.
They died at the same time? Yo. Oh, no, I see where this is going. Dude, I don't like knowing this information. Fucking A. Prepare to be radicalized. It's so over, bro. I mean, surely, chat, they just wanted to go on a cruise, right? I mean, it was the Titanic. It was huge.
I don't know if you know, but the Titanic sank. It hit an iceberg. Yes, it hit an iceberg and sank. How lucky for JP Morgan and his friends, that is. The main opposition dying. But it gets even stranger. Now, you might already know this. As you can tell, I'm rushing through this quite quickly because I feel like...
Was the Titanic the original Twin Towers? Like that crisis event that just completely warps the future?
A lot of people already know this, but you might not know this. Did you know JP Morgan? He was the main investor of the company that created the Titanic. Yes, basically JP Morgan owned the Titanic. That's interesting, right?
That's very interesting. You're telling me the Titanic was an inside job. You know, I never quite bought the whole idea of the Titanic, bro. What do you mean that shit just sank?
But also the company that he invested in and basically owned.
What do you mean it hit ice? You got the best ship the world has ever seen. And it gets taken out by an ice cube?
Also insured the Titanic before it sank. Insured it for a lot of money. Not only that...
No, bro. No, he didn't, bro.
JP Morgan was supposed to be on the Titanic, but 3 days before the Titanic set sail...
No, dude.
He got very sick, and he couldn't make it. He couldn't go on the Titanic. He decided, unfortunately, I'm not going to go on the Titanic.
Not the insurance claim. Dude, that is right when you see a huge insurance claim taken out. You already know. Every time. It's part of the playbook. I mean, it just works. Why fix it if it's not broken?
As have told me not to. And then the Titanic sinks. How lucky is that? It reminds me of something that happened in New York. Near early 2000s. I feel like there was this rich guy that maybe owned 2 buildings.
He did. Yep. And he argued that it was 2 separate events, so that's double the payout.
And he would go into the office every day. He was always there. But on this one day, he decided, I'm not going to go into the office today. And on that day, something happened to those buildings. But luckily, he insured those
buildings. Am I old enough to remember 9/11? I am. It is a faint memory, but I do remember it. It's one of my earliest memories, to be honest. I remember watching the news in my parents' bedroom at 3 years old.
Buildings for a lot of money. I can't remember the story completely, but it sounds very familiar. Very lucky man like JP Morgan. They're very lucky men, these people. It's very strange. Very strange. I'm sure it's nothing. I'm sure it's just a coincidence, you know? But then you have another issue. So let's get this.
I feel like 9/11, like people forget like the actual brutality of what happened. Like, because it gets memed on, right? Just like planes hitting the towers. There were people jumping off the fucking building because they had no other choice, and that death was quicker. And then splatting on the floor. You had the entire city evacuating, not knowing what is going on.
The Straits, right? 1912, the main opposition to the Federal Reserve Act, they die or they are silenced in some way. Interesting. Then, in 1913, the Federal Reserve Act is enacted. So, the centralized banking system of America comes into play. And now you have the Federal Reserve.
There was no way to avoid that huge iceberg. Yeah, you have one job. And you're telling me this motherfucker, well, how big was the iceberg? Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. You're telling me it just crashed into this? This is it? This little puny tip?
Well, actually, Filiana, icebergs are, 90% underneath. That's the whole point of an iceberg, right? Like, have you seen any iceberg videos?
I can't even get like a real picture of it.
Interesting.
That's just the tip of the iceberg.
Redditor. But there's a problem. There's a problem there. See, a lot of the world's wealth is still caught up in Europe. It's all in Europe. All the gold is in Europe. So if we want to create some sort of like new world order of some kind in America, we should find out a way of getting this money over to the US. How could we do this?
World War I?
1912, Titanic sinks. 1913, Federal Reserve Act. 1914. See, the European Civil War would not have lasted that long at all.
There was nothing, and then the iceberg appeared. It's very unlucky. Did the captain live? Did he go down with his ship? Yeah, he perished with the ship, bro. I mean, this guy's physiognomy does check out. This guy is a salty sea dog. I don't think a guy like this can be bought off. It's a must. You have to go down with the vessel. Yarg.
If it wasn't for the support of these central banking dynasties, Europe just didn't have the money or resources to keep the war going for that long. It would have been over within a year or so, right?
But bro, they got missiled by a submarine 100%.
These bankers...
Yeah, it was the fucking iceberg. Meanwhile, torpedoes.
These dynasties, they made sure that this war went on for as long as possible. They funded this war for as long as possible until the job was done.
That's captain's honor, bro.
What was the job? The largest wealth transfer in human history. Hundreds of years of European wealth accumulation, hundreds of years of empiric wealth was transferred over to this new Federal Reserve System in a short period of time. And I'm not exaggerating on that, right? The Federal Reserve System of America required gold in order to work, but they didn't have any gold. They didn't have that much gold at all. But by the end of World War...
Can somebody explain the Federal Reserve to me? Like I'm fundamentally inept. I'm talking, explain to me like I'm not even 5, like I'm 3. Well, you see, Fuion.
World War I, they had 40% of the world's gold supply. By the end of World War II, they had over 70% of the world's gold supply. If you want more evidence that this was kind of a planned process, you know, the Rothschild family of Germany was supporting the Germans.
No, you can't tell me. You can't even explain it. Private bank ran by elites that loan money to federal government. It's cooked by Bitcoin. You have not enough Bitcoin, trust me. They make the money and charge interest, but they don't print the interest so you can never pay.
Rothschild's family of France and England was supporting the Allies. The Warburg family of Germany was supporting the Germans. The Warburg family of the US was supporting the Allies. The DuPont family was supporting the French. It goes on and on. They made money. They took over the world using this process of funding both sides of the war. A classic Rothschild's move. And then consider 1914 onwards. From that date onwards, any real threat, any real opposition to this banking...
These are the gods of this material world. Funding both sides of the war. Think about that. You're so detached from the slugs that are literally dying.
Dynasty's power was crushed, was destroyed. The first victim was probably Tsar Nicholas II.
That's why this is dark. Serving in the military, although maybe at one point honorable, but there seems to still be this programming that fighting for one's country is this noble thing. Perhaps on paper, yes, that's respectable. But if you zoom out, aren't you dying for other people? Aren't you literally giving your life up for men that will never fight?
The Russian Empire was growing rapidly. Their population was growing like crazy. They had the largest army in the world at that point.
Yeah, for men that despise you. You're sacrificing yourself for another person's power structure.
And what happened? The completely natural Bolshevik Revolution. Nothing planned about that whatsoever. No, it was funded by...
I'm active duty, it's just a job, man. I feel that. But some people do glorify the military. Perhaps that's just slave programming. But to me, if you have the wherewithal, yes, ideally, fighting for one's country may be noble, but that's awfully simplistic and reductionist.
The same bankers of Germany and the US, they funded that. They made sure that got over the line, right? Sorry, tankies. Look throughout history. Anyone that really pops up, that tries to just like rival this power, gets destroyed. Sorry, Gaddafi. You want to set up an African banking system based on the gold standard? Sorry, Gaddafi. That's just not going to work out for you. Bye-bye. Gone. Bye-bye. You're dead. Get out of here, right? That's just what happens every single time. Sorry. I know I'm going off now. I keep going off. I need to stay on topic. Back to JP Morgan, because he was the guy that got the Federal Reserve System over the line. He was the guy that got it done. But unfortunately, he died in 1913. He didn't really get to see this flourish into what he wanted, right? His son did, but he didn't. So
they stuck a knife in that dude's ass on TV. I'm not Gaddafi pilled. There's holes in my history knowledge that I need to be filled. That sounded a little sus. Wait, what's reductionist about fighting for your country? I just said you're not fighting for your country. You're fighting for power structures of men that hate you. You're willing to give your life for people that you will never see. Cowardly old men playing fucking geopolitics at your expense.
That's kind of sad, right? But remember when I said earlier that he was interested in occult-adjacent ideas like astrology? Like one of his famous quotes is, millionaires don't use astrology, billionaires do.
I mean, this is why you tune into kick.com/Philion. I hit you with that quote about 26 minutes ago.
He was into that stuff. He was into Aleister Crowley adjacent stuff. He had his books. You should see his book collection. But were these other bankers also interested in these dark magic practices or Kabbalah or any sort of mysticism like this? Well, the goats of the banking system,
wars for them are just population management. That's dark. So fuck the military personnel? No, I didn't say that. I did not say that. I'm just saying, when I logically break down what the military ends up being, I can't envision myself dying for another man that is not willing to fight. That is, by definition, cowardice.
real OGs of this system.
Oh, so Phil hates waffles.
Are the Rothschilds.
People ask, I will never submit myself to a meat grinder. Maybe I'm the pussy. I don't know.
Now, do the Rothschilds have any connection to this sort of stuff? Okay, let me take a breath. Where did the Rothschilds come from? Where did they pop off? When did they rise to power?
This is a great question. Because what turned me off to a lot of conspiracy adjacent information, right? Because I'd say even like 5-10 years ago, like everyone resorts to the Rothschilds, the bankers, the Medicis, these powerful banking elites, right? My brain would always just turn off because I'm like, yo, like, they just say the name and I'm supposed to know, like, I'm just supposed to accept that. Like, let's get into the nitty gritty details. How did this family rise to power? What do they actually do? What is their lasting legacy?
Where? Well, it was in the late 1700s in Frankfurt, Germany. Who else popped off at this time?
The Juden.
What else was going on in the late 1700s in Frankfurt and around that area? Frankism. Yes, Frankism in Frankfurt. What is Frankism? Well, I know a lot of people are talking about Frankism at the moment because...
They are. Frankists. What is this? What is going on? I feel like Tucker Carlson. What is going on? Who are the Frankists? It's not me. What if it's you?
Because of the Jeffrey Epstein files. But basically, Frankism is the worst shit ever. The worst shit ever. It all comes from this guy called Sabbatai Zevi.
Whoa, let's be frank.
In the 1600s. Now, Sabbatai Zevi was a Jewish man that came along and said, I'm him. I'm him. I'm here. I am the Messiah of the Jewish people. I'm the guy you've been waiting for all this time, and I am now here. And then he converted to Islam very shortly after saying this. Yeah, that's true. That happened. He converted.
Yeah, he did. He was Ottoman. Former Jewish mystic.
To Islam. I think Google says he was one of the original crypto Jews. That's what Google says. I didn't say that. That's what...
Crypto Jew essentially means hiding your Jewishness. Changing your name. Practicing Islam while secretly maintaining Jewish beliefs.
That's what Google says. But he converted to Islam. But his teachings and the stuff he said, it still had traction and was kind of a little cult that carried on from there. It was mainly rooted in the Kabbalah, right? It was mainly rooted in the Kabbalah.
This dude is so cringe, literal autistic conspiracy slop man. No, I think it's highly entertaining because he knows how to tell a story. He gets my brain working and thinking on firing on multiple cylinders, which is way more than any other bullshit that I have to watch on social media.
And he had a little...
And his shirt is fire.
Following of the Sabbatarianism. right? Sabbatarian follows him. And this went to this late 1700s in Frankfurt, where Jacob Frank turned up. He come up and said, I'm him. I'm the reincarnation of Sabbatai Zevi. Yeah. Yes, I'm the Messiah again, reborn. You should all listen to me now and my crazy ideas. Now, what were his crazy ideas? Well, they were dark, right? A quick way of explaining this is, think about this. Think about this for a moment.
Hold on a second.
Right? You got the waters of heaven and you have the waters of hell.
As above, so below. Is that what this is?
Now, the quickest way to get to heaven, you would think would be to go up. But that's difficult. You have to do good things all the time. That kind of sucks. What if there's a way of going right down into the depths of the waters of hell and then skipping that process and going straight to the top? That's much easier. Much easier. Have you played the video game Fable?
This is redemption through sin. And yes, I have played the game Fable, and I remember being 12 years old in Fable 2, going full evil, sprouting devil horns, and massacring NPCs. And I was like, whoa. I was like, hold on. I was like, whoa.
Fable, the old video game Fable, it was much easier to be an evil person than it was to be a good person, right? And that's true in life, right? That's just true in life. Being a good person is hard for most people. Well, you know, being evil is easy. Like, I couldn't be evil. Well, I don't know. You know what I mean? Being good is hard. Being good is difficult, and being evil is easy. So you can just shortcut your way to the top. I want you to...
The name Rothschild comes from the Rosicrucians.
Think about it like this. Right, where's my pen? So to most of us, this doesn't make any sense. But here's a quick illustration of how this works, right? Here is the line of morality. And below it, you have evil, bad, sin, hell. And above it, you have good, heaven, enlightenment.
Redemption through sin. Freemason temples in the West to recruit elite Goys into PDF file blackmail circles to accuse the people you forced into as fake revelations to gain full power. Thank you for your esoteric donation.
And if you consider the idea, the Hermetic idea of as is above, so is below, this means that this is actually mirrored, and you can fold this over as so. And you can sink into the depths of hell and commit great sin and go right through into enlightenment, into heaven, like so.
That was the sickest demonstration explaining a concept I've ever seen in my entire life. A morality wormhole.
Now that comes from a film called Event Horizon. And if you know the film Event...
That's not what that means. It's just saying that what happens in heaven happens on earth.
Event Horizon, it's kind of strange that they put something like that in there. I would say it's related, but who knows? You can also consider another film, The Truman Show. Have you seen The Truman Show? The idea that Truman is in a false reality created by people. And that is a very Gnostic idea. The idea is that our reality is actually created by the demiurge, a false god, and that we must sink into the waters of hell and then rise up the 32 steps into enlightenment. Guess who produced that? Guess who was...
This is blowing my fucking mind.
A co-producer on that film? Richard Rothschild. Of course. So you can see that these belief systems are there. Now, I just want to point out something quite quickly, actually. I'll point something out. This idea of committing great sin in order to reach enlightenment, that is a very fringe idea. Not all Jewish mystics, not all Kabbalah...
Is that a real frame from Truman Show? It is, dude. How many steps is it? I actually never seen the Truman Show. 33 degrees of masonry? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm aware. Yeah, I get it, chat.
Believers, not all Hermetic believers, not even occultists really believe that you should be sinking and committing great evil in order to ascend.
Accelerationists believe in something similar. Yeah, that's what I referred to earlier with O9A or Order of the Nine Angles. Satanic cult infiltrated by intelligence. They believe in doing insight roles and committing evil to transcend.
That's a very frankest fringe idea. Only a few people believe that. Not all of them. Of course. Of course. Now, were the Rothschilds really connected to these ideas? To Frankism? Well, like I said, it is a bit strange, isn't it? That the Rothschild family rose to prominence in Frankfurt. At the same time, Eva Frank and Jacob Frank were pushing the second wave of Frankism right there. And it was a very small Jewish community. It's a bit strange, right? It's a bit weird. But also, I want you to consider this as an analogy. In life, who rises to power? Who rises to the top of the pyramid? Is it people that are doing really good stuff all the time and they're getting to the top? No.
It's always the flawed who are then redeemed.
It's people that are doing really bad, sadistic shit, and somehow they are rising to power. They are rising to prominence. So there's something very obvious and big that we haven't talked about yet, which is Freemasonry. Of course, Freemasonry. Now the problem with Freemasonry
is that it's fake and gay.
I think I'll talk more about this in another video, is there was this merger in the 1800s with the Rothschilds. See, the Rothschilds, they rose to power, but what they really represented was a kind of Gnostic Zionism within Europe. But the previous powers of Freemasonry, they merged with the Zionistic movement. See, Freemasonry kind of is an evolution of the Jesuit order one way or another. But they merged together into like one kind of secret occult system. And I like to use the word occult because that's kind of what it means. Secret knowledge, hidden wisdom. They keep things secret from you, but it's also hidden in plain sight. If you look at the Federal Reserve dollar, you know this.
It's just coated with Masonic imagery. In fact, if you go to Philadelphia, the Masonic Lodge there is insane.
Everyone knows this. If you just look at the Federal Reserve dollar for one moment, you'll see all the occult symbolism is right there in your face. 13 tribes, 666, the pyramid, and the little owl that represents Moolok.
Like, why is this there, bro? Why is there a huge Masonic temple?
But where does all this symbolism come from?
And if I'm correct, there's a Benjamin Franklin statue right outside of it. Because he was initiated into St. John's Lodge in Philadelphia in February 1731.
Well, a lot of it comes from King Solomon. See, within Freemasonry and this occult system, they believe that King Solomon was the man. He was the dude. He was the great temple builder, the wisest man alive. But why did they think King Solomon was the
Freemasonry is Judaism for Gentiles. So it's being Jewish for non-Jewish people. Is that what you're saying?
Wisest man alive? Well, King Solomon, he had 700 wives and 300 concubines.
I'm a Mason at the old Hymerian Lodge, 6885. It used to be exclusive to members of a grammar school in the area until it was shut down. So what do? Do you have secret knowledge of society? Do you wear blue slippers?
Which means mistresses. He had close to 1,000 women. The guy was getting laid. He was getting some. So obviously, King Solomon knew something that we don't. He had some hidden secret knowledge that we don't know about. But the thing is,
I wear gloves and drink alcohol. What the fuck do you do in Freemasonry, bro?
King Solomon, he made a big mistake, a great mistake. He listened to his wives. He actually... Can you imagine listening to your wife? That's insane. He listened to them. And they corrupted him.
No, dude.
They corrupted him with their false gods. They came to him and were like, hey, Solomon, we've got this cool Canaanite god. We think you might like him. And he embraced them.
Moolok.
The big one, of course, is Moolok. Moolok is the god that requires sacrifice. Bring your oldest child to me. Bring him in flames, and I will give you rewards. That's what Moolok is.
He fell for the Foyd, bro. He folded for the crystal mommies. You don't want to know that the Notre Dame of Paris had Odinic chevrons and Viking gods sculpted here and there in the wood beams to try to preserve their spirituality, burned by Catholics to replace it.
The god that requires a burnt offering.
Can you guys explain to me that whenever I cover this stuff, the most insane people start bringing up information? I don't know what to do with that.
It kind of reminds me of a Led Zeppelin song, which is funny because Led Zeppelin were greatly inspired by Aleister Crowley. And they said, lots of people talking, few of them know. The soul of a woman was created below. What was King Solomon doing? Never listen to your wife. That's crazy. All of this sounds almost too crazy to be real. And I understand it's kind of insane. It's infuriating as well. The idea that these bankers were inspired by Freemasonry and other occult ideas in order to create this Federal Reserve system. And when you look at the dollar and you see a little owl is there, and that owl could potentially...
It is weird. Why is it... They're doing it in front of your face, which is what he's talking about. It's in plain sight, but it's hidden. Why? Like, listen, the art goes hard, but why are there hidden fucking Masonic symbols on our legal tender? Like, what in the black magic is going on here? Satan loves bragging low key. And when you really think about it, right? Like, our money, our tender, our fiat, our currency. This is what they're controlling. So it's like pretty much just like stamping it. Yes, we are the Devil Incorporated.
Represent Moolok, the god that requires sacrifice. Consider when Alex Jones, you know Alex Jones, when he infiltrated Bohemian Grove and he witnessed all these elite people worshipping a giant owl and replicating a sacrifice to this statue. It's insane to think about, but it's also really sad because 100 million people died. Close to 100 million people died in World War I and World War II. And the owl god, the Moolok, he requires sacrifice in order for you to gain rewards. And think about the rewards that they...
So post-World War I, the money transfer from Europe to America, the reward being infinite money.
Received. The Federal Reserve dollar became the default currency of the world. It became the biggest currency in the world after these events. That sacrifice worked.
And even more so after World War II.
And if you're European, maybe you have a great-grandfather or great-great-grandfather that died in one of these wars. It's sad to think that potentially they were just sacrifices for this. That's kind of crazy, right?
That is insane. But it kind of makes sense.
I myself, personally, all for of my great-granddads, all 4 of my great-grandfathers, they died in either World War I or World War II. Actually, one of them survived World War I, but he was so traumatized by the events that he lived the rest of his life in an insane asylum. They all died younger than I am today. I think. Yeah, that must be true. That's true, actually. Yeah, that's crazy. They must have all died younger than I am today. To think that they were a sacrifice to Moolok, I almost don't want to believe that, right? I don't want to believe that.
I don't want to believe it either. Someone's lying to me. I'm tired of getting lied to, bro. My grandfather was in World War II. And after the war, he got really religious. Now, I don't know if that's because he saw all of his friends and platoon members get absolutely murked. But if you abstract these ideas, if we play along with the grander idea at play here, how would one cope or combat this evil? It would be faith. That is the logical conclusion. There are no atheists in a foxhole.
Now, I know a lot of you are thinking that this is some basic bitch conspiracy theory stuff, talking about the centralized banking system and the Rothschilds and the Freemasons. We know that already, Rory. We know that. I understand. But here's the point of this video. Here's what I'm getting at with this. First of all, a large part of this is these groups of people, they don't even care.
Do I have a theory as to why they are allowing more noticing content on the internet nowadays? It does raise some questions. We did watch his other video that goes over a conspiracy theory. I don't ascribe to it. I think the Overton window has shifted. I think the political landscape has shifted. And I think the acceleration of the internet and digital information on social media platforms, it's impossible to ignore. Meaning, if they were to clamp down and seriously censor people, it's only a matter of time before that stops working. The noticing is so you can be pigeonholed as problematic by Palantir.
About occultism themselves. A large number of them, they just want to be part of a secret society because that's where power lies a lot of the time. Have you ever played a social deduction board game like Secret Hitler?
Yes. I have. It's a fun game. It's otherwise called Mafia.
Or there's a very popular TV show called Traitors, where...
This is an extremely popular TV show.
2 people, if they work together in secret, they can beat 10 other people because they have knowledge that other people don't. If they work together in secret, they can win. And imagine that on a grander scale. That's how these secret societies work a lot of the time. And these secret societies worked together before 1914, and they created plans to consolidate wealth and power. And I would say it worked. But here's the thing, are they still around today? Well, let's look at the Jeffrey Epstein files for a moment. Let's look at some of Jeffrey's emails.
Well, why do you guys think, besides Palantir pigeonholing you, unless you think that's actually the only reason, why do you think everyone is now, like, privy to the idea of noticing? Pattern recognition. The Matrix. Memes. That's a good point. You think it's a reverse psyop? Yikes. Allow one to think that they are in control. CIA meme warfare. A reverse psyop would be insane. That makes me uncomfortable. But it does make sense. It just, if that were to be true, then it's just that humans are so malleable and they're just like, we'll just fucking eat up any slop that is given to us. They're letting people say what they want so they can measure what the general opinions are. The opinions they need to know to how to suppress in the future.
In his emails, he mentions a lot of these secret societies and think tanks that we've
People won't revolt if they get at least some crumbs, not go too hungry.
been told not to worry about. It's just conspiracy theory nonsense. He mentions, I guess he mentions the Trilateral Commission. He mentions the Bilderberg Group. He mentions the Order of the Golden Phoenix. He mentions the Bohemian Grove, where they worship an owl deity that represents Moolok, and he mentions that. But here's the big one. The Zodiac Club. Have you heard of the Zodiac Club?
I have heard of it.
The Zodiac Club was formed in the 1800s, and it has 12 members, representing each part of the Zodiac. Now, guess who was a part of this secret society club? This
JP Morgan.
elite group of 12 people. JP Morgan.
Oh! Nailed it!
Not only that, JP Morgan and a few of the members and its representatives, they met up on Jekyll Island in 1910 to form the Aldrich Plan. In secret, what was the Aldrich Plan? It was the plan to create the Federal Reserve System. Now, I don't know about you, but when I read the Zodiac Club mentioned in Jeffrey Epstein's emails, I thought that was beautiful. The funny thing is, the club is still around today, from the 1800s. That club is still around today. The club that basically formed the Federal Reserve is still around today. But here's the thing. Within the email...
How does the Titanic fall into this? Because the Titanic had 3 bankers on it that were opposed to the Federal Reserve System, and they all perished when the Titanic sank. Who owned the Titanic? JP Morgan. And his boy took out an insurance policy on it.
Jeffrey refers to this club as an old man club, like a thing of a bygone era. They're not the same as they used to be. They're not this world...
A good candidate for the Zodiac. As you know, it's one of those last secret societies. One of the cool ones. There are 12 members at any time, and it is still, but mostly since they're all very old, it's just dinners in exotic locations. I don't know who they are, but I know Paul Volcker is one.
Conquering group of 12 people anymore. They're just old men. They're just old farts. And if you go to your local Freemason lodge, it's just a bunch of old retired police officers, retired lawyers, and businessmen. They're just a bunch of old people. My local Freemason is this guy called Keith. Shout out to Keith. I tried to talk to him about Freemasonry. He doesn't want to know. He sticks to the code. You're not supposed to talk about it. Anyway. Now, do you see what I've done with this video and why I made this?
There's only 12 and someone has to die for a new one to be named? So, like, do you get a planet? Do you get, like, a star?
Video. Can you see what I've done? What I'm doing is I'm demonstrating that what was happening in the early 1900s is the same kind of shit that's happening today. See, with these secret societies and these bankers, I shouldn't have...
You get a sign. So, like, can I be Aries? Can I be Mr. Aries, the goat?
referred to them as bankers.
Is that how that
works?
works? Like everyone is assigned a sign?
Much more than that. They owned industry as a whole. They owned corporations. They were printing the money and giving it to themselves. That is the system that they created. And it's the same shit that's happening today.
Yeah, what sign was Big JP? So true. Probably Virgo, because he was a fucking virgin, dude.
During the pandemic in 2020, when the banks printed money like there was no tomorrow, money printer go brr, where did that money go? Did it go to me or you? You know it didn't. It went
You know it didn't.
Went to these same people. It went to these corporations. Stock prices went up when no one was working. That's what happened. You know this. And the same stuff, like the secret societies, but also the intelligence networks. Like they had potentially Aleister Crowley and Evangeline Adams and other people like that back then. We have Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
I think that's going to be my new favorite thing to say. You know this. It's just abundantly clear. It's self-evident. Dude, you know this.
Well, today, it's the same stuff happening again. But here's the thing. See, these secret societies,
Do you understand?
Groups of people that controlled the world for a long time and controlled capital for a long time and still have a lot of power and influence today, the same sort of groups of people, they are losing their grip on this system. Can you see this? I can see this, especially the media. I couldn't post this on YouTube just a few years ago. But now
He's talking about the great realizing. We're past noticing. Realize.
now I can. They are losing their grip on this golem that they have created. And that's what it is. A leviathan that they have created. And they are losing.
Yo, is that Philion?
Control of it. But here's the thing. They always have a plan. They always have a plan in place. Like in 1914.
So is the golem... Whoa. I see where this is going. It just clicked. Chad, if you've been paying attention, you know where this is headed. I just blew my own fucking mind. I just sucked my own dick. Whoa. The evolution of the golem is the AI singularity. It's the perpetual AI consciousness. That's why all the money is hedged on it. It is the bet. That's all we have going for us right now. Where's everyone's attention and money? AI. Why?
And before that, they've always had plans in place. And what's coming? Artificial intelligence. And they will use that as a tool.
If you look at Peter Thiel and his answers about AI versus humans. Hey, Peter, should humanity endure? What do you mean by humans?
To control you, to control me. They will use that as a tool to regain this power, to try and control this golem that they have created, this soulless being that is capitalism. But I would say that capitalism, or this corporate system that they have created.
I need a spray bottle of water vapor next to me so I could squirt in my face whenever I'm doing a Peter Thiel impression. Because he's just like forever moist. Yeah, Joe Rogan being like, hey, Peter, you met Epstein before he was arrested, right? Like you thought his taxes were like, he had really good financial literacy. No, that was after. Yeah.
It's a runaway train at this point. It's a runaway train. They can try and
that's because skin suits are hot.
hold it back as long as they can. But they will lose their grip. And what's coming after that? That's the scary part. Who knows, right? Anyway, hopefully that's everything. My throat really hurts. I could talk forever, but my throat hurts, so I'm going to have to stop here.
That was the coolest video I've ever seen on this platform. He doesn't miss. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? That was like 900 conspiracy theories in one. And it all made perfect sense. Chat, we have over...
Welcome.
580 viewers on YouTube. And we got nearly 100 on Kick. That's huge. That's huge. We had some bangers today. Great videos. So true. And this is where I leave you. This is where we shut it down. 5-hour Phil is clocking out. Because we got to keep it fresh. We got to keep it high and tight. Five-inch Phil, more like 5 pyramid inches. Chat, I'm going to go rest, recover, repeat. I strongly urge you to head on over to kick.com/Philion. Help us out over there. We're at 3,025 followers. If all of you went over there and followed, we'd be at 3,500. Why would you do that? If you don't get the picture by now, you're never going to make it. I'll be back tomorrow for regular scheduled programming. I have an early workout, which means I will be on early, probably around the same time. Probably around 11 a.m. Eastern. So until next time, chat.